The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who's always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made an arrest. I got the guy for Danny.
It's like a mix between sadness and anger, because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like the booze.
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office and the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday. Hi, loophole lawyer. How are you?
It feels great. It feels good to be back.
I'm going to go with this yours, because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
This is his face.
Hey, hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
It's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. Narnia.
I would get at some point in a timely fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julie Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
My sister Jillian, yes.
Oh, it's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
You have to buy that. So, you have to buy that. So.
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Woo! This is our Wednesday Night Live, and I am, of course, your host, Samantha Beningo. Welcome, everybody. This is the I Don't Belong Here show, and I am a behavioral scientist, a career psychotherapist, a PhD candidate, blah, 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 master's level psychologist and counselor. And there's so much to talk about, right? I feel like someday I'm going to look back and there's going to be the time before I sort of identified this time that I really believe Boston police officer John O'Keefe was murdered in. And then after that, like this is going to be this is going to be a line in the sand marker in my brain from now on. Because and I've gone over this, guys, every way I can. I mean, I have tried to disprove my own theory rigorously because I don't care about being right or wrong. I just want to get the right answer, right? Like I want the truth more than I care about who the person is that discovers the truth. And I can't get around the statements of Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel. So that is something that we are definitely going to visit tonight, but in a different way than we have so far. It wasn't until literally Monday, like Monday morning, when I stopped and considered the possibility that Julie's brother could have been misrepresenting reality with his testimony. Like, and I mean, of course it crossed my mind, but I'm saying seriously considered that as a viable possibility, which of course then opens the door for the possibility that everybody in that car is misrepresenting reality. So I thought, it might be fun for us to just take a look, nothing serious, at their testimony to determine whether there are other indicators of deception that are noticeable to all of us. So we're going to do that in just a bit. And then, of course, you know that I am continuing to investigate Colin Albert. So I released a shorter video simply because I was working on what was turning out to be this massive, epic, like 2.5 hour long question video about whether or not Colin Albert was in the house and needed to split it up. So I'm continuing to work on the second part of that. It's pretty much done. But again, there's so much material. It's hard to know how much to include, how much to take out, how much to maybe put in another one, right? So because the conversation around Colin is massive and it's growing. Because if you saw the telethon with Aiden last Sunday, after myself and Vince and Aiden, we had Melanie Little and, of course, David Yannetti. And Yannetti explained how Colin sort of was brought into the mix, that he was never at any time written into any police report, period. That the only time the police spoke to him, it was about witness intimidation and not about the case. And that it wasn't until David Yannetti actually reached out or formally wrote to Adam Lally saying, hey, you should add Colin, the nephew, to the grand jury. And Lally writes back and says, why? Why would I do that? Colin Albert wasn't in the house. And then, of course, lo and behold, thereafter, the testimonies start appearing from the grand jury that are like, oh, well, actually, he was there. And then you go back, as I have been, and if we have time, we might take a look at some of it. And you look at the timeline, the testimony of Julie and Chris about Colin's timeline, and it just crumbles. I mean, it crumbles. I don't know how it is that And maybe sometimes I forget things. Like, I'm sure there was a point maybe like a year and a half ago where I knew Chris's testimony really well. I did an analysis of it. I probably at one point knew that the timeline for Colin crumbles, but then you forget, right? Because this case is a freaking monster. And then there are other cases, believe it or not, right? So you forget things, you move past them, or you forget to maybe connect them. Like you'll look at one thing. For example, I'll get sidetracked with the tail light and I'll go down that rabbit hole for a month. And then by the time I remember where it was earlier, it's like, well, I'm moved on to something else. So, and as I had said to Vince, I think on Monday, the one story that I wanted no part of, I don't know why, it was boring, it was annoying, it just seemed so rehearsed and so stupid, was the story about Julie going outside to talk to her brother. You almost can't make it up. The one story that I just universally shut down my ears as soon as we got to that part in all of their testimony, the one story that was the most important, I just shut off. I'm like, this is boring. So I mean, this is what happens though. This is the process, I guess. I mean, this case is a beast. You heard David Yannetti talking about it on Sunday. It's a beast. I mean, even 2 trials, so 2 shots at it, and then how many people helping out on their team, and you still have to pick and choose carefully what you're going to focus on. And it's very hard not to see each aspect of this case in a box. It's very hard, for example, and I have to thank Ginny for this because Ginny was so helpful to me today we were going through and looking over Ian Whiffin's report, which came from the FOIA documents, the full report, and it has all the location information, all the temperature data, and it has the sort of chart as well as, something that's in writing, like a more, I don't know, a version of the story that he wants to tell, I guess, in addition to the charts and just the lists of the data. And you can see that, for example, from 1:40 approximately to 6:04 in the morning, there's no location data that's appears on the report. And that's weird. You're like, oh, well, I thought that the phone was in front of the house the whole night. Well, that's not true. I mean, I'm just giving you an example, but it's just a monster. It's a monster of a case, and it's so easy to be looking at one very obtuse aspect and not piece it all together, right? Not put the puzzle pieces together. So continuing to work on that, and of course, from my perspective at this moment, there's really one question that is the most important. And I think for this one, I definitely need you guys because it's a tough pill to swallow, right? It's sort of like back when we thought that John had hypothermia and there was this myth that somebody must have put him outside to die in the cold. That was such a hard pill for people to swallow. An ATF agent, these accomplished law enforcement professionals, Boston police officer, that these folks would literally leave a man outside to die in the middle of the night was so hard for people to wrap their minds around. And in a way, I gotta say, this is maybe worse because this isn't just putting somebody outside who is going to probably die eventually anyway. This is within 2 minutes of this accident taking place, the very real possibility that the people in this house do not consider calling 911, but rather immediately, like it has to be within seconds, truly, make the decision to try to make it look like the guy never came in the house. And we know that because there's no way around it. This is my, of course, my personal opinion, obviously. But in my mind, because I am so sure that Julie and Sarah are walking out the door to get picked up by Ryan, and that what stops them is this altercation in the house, is whatever happens to John. Because I'm so sure of that, John has to be incapacitated by the time Julie goes out to talk to her brother. Which means that the 1227 text from Jennifer that says here, ? Exclamation point, that has to be an alibi text message. But that's not even like the half of it, because now there will go on to be a total of 14 calls and texts from Jen. I think maybe more than that. I think 14 total, in 15 minutes. And originally, of course, she told us that, excuse me, she was getting up, and every time she went to the door, she was looking at Karen's Lexus, and she was texting something like here or pull behind me. And that's how she knew that they were still there until 12:45, right? And she was very sure about it, very convicted. And then we find out, not from one source, but from multiple sources. We have the wireless router at John's house. Karen connects to John's router at One Meadows at 12:36. But we also have Jessica Hyde in her report saying that Karen's Lexus disconnects from John's phone at 12:30. So we have multiple sort of validated sources saying that Karen is exiting in front of 34 Fairview at 12:30. And that makes sense. But then that means only one of those text messages, the very first one at 12:27 that says here, that's the only one that could even be legitimate in terms of her story, right? This idea that she's staring out the window and texting John and Karen. Now, we know it's not legitimate because that's not what happened, but it's the only one that even could be because Karen's not there after that. So there's that. And then we have the 12:33 call to Aaron Beatty from Colin. And that's a little interesting because we also have multiple mentions by Jen McCabe of Tom Beatty the next morning when she's trying to brainstorm, where could John be? Right? Of course, we hear about that many times. So these are just examples, but these examples start to pile up pretty quickly when you look very closely at this data. And the maybe most incriminating piece of all, and I don't know why this really just dawned on me like yesterday. Now, if the last interaction, the last movement on John's phone is at 12:32. Now, you'll remember that because that was the Commonwealth's new and improved time of the second trigger event, right? That was it's so silly. We don't need to go through how silly it is, but that was the time. So that was essentially, approximately when the Commonwealth was putting forth when John would have been hit by the car. 12:32 or between 12:31 and 28 seconds and 12, whatever, somewhere between 12:31 and 12:32, because that's the last movement on John's phone. But when you look closer at this data, it turns out there's some anomalous engagement that even Ian Whiffen is like, yeah, this is a bit odd. This pattern is different than all the rest of the uses with the phone. And of course, he's trying to make the case that that's evidence of it being an accident. But what if it's not? What if it's the people in the house? Now, we have a 7-second phone call from John O'Keefe from Jen McCabe to John O'Keefe's phone that's answered. And we also have a Face ID access into the phone. But it dawns on me that the last movement on the phone kind of can't be John if he's incapacitated, right? Like somebody else at some point would have had to have moved the phone, right? It can't get to its final resting spot vis-a-vis John O'Keefe because he's not moving it, right? He's down and out for sure. He's unconscious. And once he's unconscious, he does not regain consciousness. He is not initiating any volitional activity. So the people in the house are the ones moving this phone to, in its final, those final moments of movement have got to be somebody in the house. And so that's part of where my brain has been, and that is what I'm looking at. And many of you guys have been helpful with that and, trying to piece that all together. It's disturbing. And I think that's the part that's so problematic, right? Like, none of us want to look at these people and think they're so evil that they have a man who's not dead yet, by the way, because it would take 15 to 20 minutes, given the injuries, for him to die. And if there's a person on the planet whose testimony I trust is accurate medically, it's Dr. LaFosada. So I believe her. And I believe that the injuries, based on his injuries, he probably would have been dead 15 to 20 minutes after he sustained the coup contra coup injury. But that means that while these people are texting and calling and using Face ID and on John's phone, he's dying and they're not calling it in. They're not getting help. They're not, certainly didn't call an ambulance. They decided we're going to get into too much trouble, so we're going to say the guy never came in the house. But that is so crazy for this many people to have, gotten into a contract over that it's mind-boggling. It's like, no, there's got to be some workaround. So the first question that I want to ask, and I'm asking this of you guys for tonight in part, how could we work around that? Is there a workaround? Is there some way where they could be immediately trying to cover their tracks within minutes, right? Like the guy never came in the house, calling Aaron Beatty, like, oh, is John O'Keefe over at your house, right? All the nonsense that they may have been doing. Is there a possible way where they're doing that at the same time as they're hoping or planning that John could live, offering, let's say, life-saving measures, right? Like, for example, maybe Brian Higgins has his, equipment in the house or in the Jeep. So he's offering life-saving measures while Jen's upstairs trying to make it look like the guy never came in the house. I don't know. I'm trying to give these people every benefit of the doubt possible. Because I think we have to. We have to in order to get to the truth. We have to consider all the angles. What could have been happening in that house that this is their first instinct is to deny, cover it up. This is a murder. Let me just remind everybody, it's not even just a murderer. It is the murderer of a police officer who had been seen in front of the house, right? So it would have been, how do you do that? How do you do that? By how many witnesses, by the way, in the house? So yet there's just no other explanation that's even rational. So that's something that we have to put our heads together and figure out. And then finally, and this is something I'm very curious about, I'm excited. It turns out that I'm going to be interviewing Christine Russo. So this is the McKenzie Sharilla case. So I have done an analysis of McKenzie, and we're very lucky to have this. She, and I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with the McKenzie Sharilla case, but there is a new Netflix release. It's a documentary. It's called The Crash, and it is featuring her story. It was a pretty well-known story, a few years ago now. Trial was, I believe, 2023. Is that right? July of 23 was the trial. I think this happens summer 22, July of 2022. I believe the trial was around a year later. I could be a little off on that. Of course, she's found guilty. You could spend all day talking about what they did wrong in terms of their defense. They went with a bench trial, which was just like the worst advice any person could ever give them, based on the case facts. You have these two families who are just brutally devastated. So if you don't know the story, McKenzie is a 17-year-old girl, just graduated high school literally weeks before this. She has a boyfriend who's a few years older. They've been together since she was a freshman in high school. She was living with him at the time. Her parents were very permissive, and it turns out that I think her dad has just been fired or let go from his teaching position because of the documentary, because of his permissive parenting attitude around marijuana. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm guessing that's the reason. I think that's also what I heard him guessing was the reason. That's why I said it. And McKenzie is like your quintessential mean girl, high school girl. She's maybe even more so than what comes to mind, right? Like she's showing up to school in like truly half naked outfits with like furry thigh-high boots and like Chanel sunglasses. She wants to be an Instagram model. Drives around all day smoking blunts and making TikTok videos about it. This is who McKenzie is. She's not a good student. Got in trouble in school quite a bit. Her parents didn't seem to give a shit about that. So this is kind of who she is fundamentally. And on, I believe it's July 31st of 2022, I believe. I think that's the date. Might be wrong. Somewhere right around there. She is coming home from a sleepover party with some of her friends. And it's her boyfriend, Dom, who she lives with, and their friend, Davion. It is not clear to me whether Davion was living with them at the time. It's an important question, actually, but we'll get to that. But apparently, he was Davion, who had been like a running back, a football player, star athlete in their high school. He and McKenzie were the same age. They had just graduated high school. He had had an injury that ended his football season and career. And so after that injury, he kind of started hanging out with like the pot smoking kids. And that's how he winds up befriending Dom and McKenzie. But he actually was staying with them. And it is not clear to me if he had was continuing to stay with them at this time, or if he was living at home. It's not clear. As I said, it's important. On this morning, apparently Davion was supposed to stay at the house that they were hanging out at to help their friend work on his truck the next day. But at the very last moment, calls an audible and says, yeah, you know what? Let me go home with them and sleep, for a little while and take a shower, and then I'll come back and we'll work on the truck. So on that drive, McKenzie is seen turning onto a street, very controlled, very slow, looks like a normal person driving a car, turning right onto a street. And then the next thing you see is her Toyota, ironically, flying down a straightaway at which sounds like a rocket taking off at 100 miles per hour, full gas pedal, 100% foot to the gas, into a brick wall. So, of course, Dom and Davion are killed instantly, but she isn't. She is found under the dashboard and is airlifted to a hospital and, is beat up. She's got broken, bones and lacerated organs and whatever, but she's okay. I mean, she's pretty much fine. I think she spends 3 weeks in the hospital. I think that's approximate. I'm not 100% sure. I think about 3 weeks, but she was always mentally fine, coherent, present. She woke up. She knew who she was. She knew where she was, all of that. However, she immediately decides she's not going to talk to the police. And the police are then left to do their own investigation. They assume that drugs were involved, alcohol, drugs, whatever. And it may be, but not in the way that most people might think. According to her friends, she was on a weed break because she had, been smoking so much that her lungs were black. So she wasn't smoking at the time. They weren't taking drugs that night. They thought about it. They didn't. And it turns out there was no alcohol in her system. So the police eventually discern that McKenzie did it on purpose, that she purposefully tried to kill all three of them, herself included. And as a result, McKenzie is in prison now. So that is what, this Netflix, that's the Cliff Notes. That's what the story is about, if you haven't seen it. I would encourage you, even though I just told you what it's all about, I would encourage you to see it. It is entertaining and it's not long. It's not like a 10-part series. It's a pretty quick documentary. It's a very interesting case. It's super difficult for people to understand why or how this kid could do it. And of course, Mackenzie's defense has always been that she doesn't remember. Pretty much as soon as she woke up, she was saying, I don't remember what happened. Right. So, and that was her defense through trial. She also claimed to have an illness, a low blood pressure illness called POTS, P-O-T-S, that she doesn't really have, apparently. No medical doctor stood on her behalf during her defense to verify that diagnosis. And of course, mom immediately let her drive anyway. So even after the accident, so it's just, but part of the story is that her parents are very permissive figures in all of this, very tone deaf towards the other families. So it's a fascinating case. And I had done an analysis of McKenzie, what I think happened that morning in terms of why she would be driving a car 100 miles an hour into a wall. And then did a deception analysis today on her statement, because we finally hear from her. During this Netflix documentary, she speaks. For the first time, we actually hear from her. We did hear her voice during sentencing, read a letter, like an apology letter. aside from that, publicly, nobody's heard from her. So this was like her moment to tell us her side of the story. And if you haven't seen it, it is a fascinating analysis. It's a little long. I had to cut out, to be honest, I had to cut out probably 35 minutes of it, and I didn't finish the whole thing because she doesn't say a lot, but she says a lot, right? So it's like we only see maybe 3 minutes of her throughout the entire documentary, maybe 5 max. But what she says in that time is so important and so telling. So if you haven't seen it, I will just give you a little hint. The first thing you will see if you do watch my analysis has to do with the question, what do you remember? What do you remember? Do you remember the accident? What do you remember? So that's the very first question, and I'm going to show you guys just a little clip of that. I'm not going to play much. I just want to show you a little clip to give you a sense of what we're talking about. And as I said, definitely check this documentary out because it raises a lot of interesting questions. To me, if you have been, well, I was, let me put it this way. I was a 17-year-old girl who had a lot in common with McKenzie, you might argue, minus the mean girl Instagram model wannabe stuff. That part you could leave out, but I certainly had a lot of freedom, had a lot of friends. We were doing what we were doing, smoked a lot of marijuana, was like brain dead by the time I got to college, and then quit abruptly marijuana when I got to college, believe it or not. Most people quit, after college. I quit when I got to college because I was so brain dead from high school. But one thing that I experienced a great deal of were rage episodes. Because if you are smoking that level of marijuana that frequently, and then you stop or you don't have it, your mood tanks in an extraordinary way. It just tanks. But again, most people don't know that because, it's considered like the more harmless drug, and it might be. I'm not arguing it isn't. But if you're doing it to excess at 17 as a, generally hormonal, crazy 17-year-old female anyway, yeah, it does cause rage episodes. So she allegedly wasn't smoking on that night. And as soon as I heard that, it was like, oh, well, this is so obvious, like we know what happened here. Hello. But McKenzie is arguing she doesn't remember. So I'm going to play you this. And then for those of you that have seen it or know the case or familiar with it, I would love to hear from you. What are your thoughts about this case? So just to talk about this for a little bit before we shift gears and move over, back to our Seeking Justice for John O'Keefe campaign, which of course we will forever be seeking justice for John O'Keefe until the handcuffs arise. So you can count on that. All right, so here we go. I'm going to show you the very beginning of my analysis of her, McKenzie Sharilla, answering the question related to what she remembers. Okay, so here it is. People have said that it's convenient that that's all you remember. What would you say to that? And here is essentially the fatal blow that indicates without a shadow of a doubt that she does remember the whole morning. So right off the bat, you already know because she's already told us that she remembers waking up at the house, making the decision with Dom and Davion to go back to Dom's house. And she remembers turning the corner onto the fatal street. So you already know that the whole morning is not nothing. Now, we've seen from her a consistent pattern since the very beginning of her Q&A with Netflix, where she inserts the word just unnecessarily as a placeholder for something in her mind that she's defending against. The only reason that people do this, use just in this manner, is if in their brain, as they're telling you whatever they're saying, they have an image of what really happened. But they want to direct you in a different direction. They want to point you somewhere else. Like, for example, to nothing. She wants us to believe that it's just nothing. But she can't even say that directly. She throws in a like. It's like nothing, which means the only thing that we know with absolute certainty is that what she remembers isn't nothing. If I say it's like an orange or like an apple, what am I saying? I'm saying, well, it's not an apple and it's not an orange, but it's similar. And we have to keep in mind when we're doing statement analysis, the way that people lie to our face and get away with it is by making an inference, asking us to infer from what they're saying, but not saying it outright. So here, by saying just like nothing, she's implying that she doesn't remember, but she doesn't say that. She doesn't say that. She wants us to infer from like nothing that that's what she means. But if she doesn't say it, we do not believe it. That is correct. Okay, so that's just a little clip from this analysis, and definitely check it out because, you know, this is what happens with statement analysis. It's freaking insane. It is absolutely insane. I don't know why it surprises me. It surprises me even when I'm looking at somebody like Brian Higgins, who I know is guilty anyway, or Jen McCabe, who maybe not Jen, anybody but Jen, not surprised by Jen at all. But, you know, it surprises me because as I'm going through this, I think we started to get a glimpse of what her motive might have been on that morning. It was surprising to me as I was reading it. And there is more in there that I haven't even gotten to yet. So it's very interesting. It is definitely worth checking out. And all we really know for sure, my takeaway from my analysis is, well, there was a number of things, but the biggest takeaway is, of course, she remembers exactly what happened. It's only about a 10-second period of time that she's pretending she doesn't remember. And I don't know about you, maybe you've heard of somebody else who's had this condition that I haven't, but the way that amnesia generally works, you know, you don't just black out for 10 seconds. It's you remember everything up until 10 seconds before the crash, and then when you woke up in the hospital. But for that 10 seconds, it's just gone, right? It's not exactly how memory loss generally works. So so very, very interesting. And if you're interested in that case, you'll probably be seeing a lot more from me with that. Like I said, I'm very excited. I'm going to be interviewing Christine Russo, Dominic Russo's sister. She's featured in the documentary also, so I cannot wait. She also has her own podcast. It's called Big Sister Unhinged, so check that out also. Yeah. So I'm excited. Very exciting stuff coming up. At Shelly XOXO is a member for 7 months. Happy anniversary, Shelly XOXO. Made it to a live, but having to rewind a little. Love to you, Sam, and to the chat. Thank you for being here, Shelly XOXO. CC007. Hi, CC. Thank you so much for your super chat. You're the best. You're the best. At Rosalie7878 is a member for 5 months. Hi, Rosalie. Thank you for being here with me. I got a bad feeling. Oh my God, I can't believe it's only been 2 months. I feel like we've been together forever. Happy 2-month anniversary, Samantha. Thank you for all you do. Love you so much. Thank you for being here. Got a bad feeling. You are the best. And the old black lady sends $2. Thank you, old black lady. I love your name. Thank you for being here with me. At Jennifer George, V3B sends $1.99. Justice for John. Amen. We got to get justice for that man. It's crazy, you know, when Aiden made that comment, for those of you that haven't seen it, when he was during his telethon, he was with Melanie and Yannetti, and he made the comment that they treated John O'Keefe worse than they would like somebody who was sleeping on the street. And it's really true. It's really true. I mean, it's just like the most non-investigation you've ever seen. You guys saw how they handled this case. It's just unimaginable. 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 And thank you, old black lady. You are a new member. Are you a new member? That's very exciting. Oh my goodness. Very, very exciting. And I wanted to, hi, Cece. Cece's here. Hi, Cece. Hi, everybody in the chat. Let me read this. At Balancing Debits and Credits since $20. Thank you so much, Balancing Debits and Credits. I think her mom confused what she did with a diagnosis of POTS. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I mean, the family is really interesting in the McKenzie case. What do you say? Like, where do you even begin? You know, there's so much denial with mom, specifically mom. Dad is another character altogether, which we could get into. But if we're talking about mom is extraordinarily codependent. And so she's taught her daughter to be codependent as well. For those of you that don't really know what that means, codependency is it's a term that we throw around, but most people don't really understand because it's vague. But what it ultimately means is that I am relying on other people for my emotional needs. Like, for me to feel better, you have to do X, Y, or Z. And if you do X, Y, or Z, then I can feel better. And you can hear so much of that in McKenzie, even in the statement she gives when she's talking about her relationship with Dom. It's absolutely wild. Of course, McKenzie is a child. Like, she doesn't, I'm not letting her off the hook. Believe me, I'm not letting McKenzie off the hook, but she's a child. I mean, she doesn't know her head from her elbow, right? I mean, she really doesn't. Her mom not only was enabling and codependent, I think mom was like almost vicariously living through McKenzie. That's why she was so permissive. It was kind of like, her daughter's like this hot little number, and that was something mom was almost proud of. What do you say? What do you say to that? I mean, that's fine, but she didn't have certainly not the physiological maturity. She doesn't have the psychological, intellectual, physiological impulse control. She does not have the maturity to handle being that. That's the problem. I also believe that McKenzie, you guys know this. When you are graduating from high school, it's a wonderful time. I mean, for me, it was like the ultimate symbol of freedom, but it's also scary because for the first time, you're actually leaving home, like really leaving. You're not a kid anymore. You have to go do whatever you're going to do next, whether it's go to college, whether it's get a job, whether it's go to a trade school. Your parents you're on the clock now, right? And I don't, being an Instagram model, I'm not so sure that's a a future you can count on. So I am also pretty sure that McKenzie was panicking about what was going to happen next, right? I mean, as most teenagers do, even if you have a plan. I knew where I was going in the fall after I graduated high school, but it still causes anxiety, and because life is about to change in an extraordinary way, right? So, yeah, it's a crazy story. It's a crazy story. Here's the thing, the other thing. This is why I really want to talk to Christine, because the other thing that came up that was really distressing to me in my analysis of her statement, they're doing this as a part of a larger strategy to try to garner public support. They're trying to, essentially start a free Karen Reed movement, but free McKenzie movement. And I assure you they're not the same. So it's really important that we try to dispel any sense that this wasn't intentional, because it was, right? It absolutely was intentional. She intended to kill herself too. But to me, what happened with McKenzie is a mental health issue, right? Like, she's a sick kid for obvious reasons, right? I mean, given the circumstances, I'm not so sure, she had a shot in the world. But, was she a sociopathic serial killer? No. So that doesn't mean she shouldn't face punishment. That's the problem, though, when, they're arguing over, to me, like, the wrong thing. She did have intent. I mean, I think it's very clear she had intent. Thank you so much at CC007 for sending another super sticker. You're the best. Twigs, member for 10 months. Twigs, we go so far back. I'll have to catch the replay. I'm missing the later time slot for sure. Oh, I miss you too, Twigs. Sam, get familiar with Alex. I will, of course, with Alex Murdaugh. Yeah. So I lived in South Carolina, and I did actually catch a great deal of the first trial. So I am familiar with Alex Murdaugh. And I thought about doing an analysis of his testimony a while back. So maybe I'll do that before the second. When is the second trial? Do we know? Thanks for being here, Twigs. Cece's a member for 6 months. Sam, my fellow Sag. Oh my God, you're 12 too. That's amazing. So connect with your views and analysis. That's awesome. I know, John was a Sag. Did you know that? That John O'Keefe was a Sag too? He seems like a Sag. Yeah, I could spend all day on that, but we won't do it. I won't bother everybody else. Welcome, Ellie6610. Welcome to the new members. At Lynn Jennings 8390 since $20. Thank you so much, Lynn Jennings. When I see a new video post, it's like Christmas. I can't wait to see it. I can't watch it at the moment. I savor the thought of watching it later. It brightens the rest of my day. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lynn Jennings. I absolutely know that feeling, and it makes me so excited that I get to bring that to you. Because I know when my favorite YouTube creators send out a new video and I'm like, yay, I get so excited. So thank you for saying that. I so appreciate you. And I need you guys, like, we're at that like pivotal point, right? Where we really need like to join our forces to figure out what is going on here. What is going on for this last leg of the race. So now switching backwards for a second to the John O'Keefe stuff. As I said, we're going to take a look at the people that pulled up in Ricky D'Antano's Ford F-150, big truck, not Jeep, big truck, Jeep on the brain, lots of Jeeps at 34 Fairview. And I guess Jennifer McCabe has a Jeep Wrangler. Did you know that? I just learned that in the FOIA documents. Maybe I knew that before, but I forgot. Lots of Jeeps at 34 Fairview. But, we're at that point where we're kind of we're like in the blackout spot because we have all these questions and trying to piece it all together is very, very tough. Now, the first thing I want you to see, and I haven't done any kind of in-depth analysis, so I'm going to be kind of watching this at the same time that you're seeing it again, all of their statements together. What these guys were really trying to do, I see now, they were trying to shrink the amount of time that they were at the house, right? That they were in front of 34 Fairview. They were trying to make it business as usual because, of course they were, right? They don't want to certainly testify that there was something wrong, that when Julie came out, there was any sign of trouble because, right, obviously that would indict Julie. So let's take a look at that and let's see where that takes us, because it's just so unbelievable to me. It's so unbelievable that this has been right in front of us this whole time. And I guess it takes what it takes. You got to go round and round sometimes before you can kind of like see the whole thing for what it is. And I will also tell you, the fight video research was a big turning point for me, because I think part of the reason why I was so dismissive of Julie's brother picking up Julie was because I didn't think there was enough time. Right? I didn't think 5 minutes was enough time to have a big brawl go down and for John to lose his life. I just didn't understand that, really know that the whole thing could happen in under a minute. I just didn't understand that, I guess, until I started just watching people fight and realized, oh, wow, no, this is a very quick thing. Right. So, okay, let's pull this up and take a look together.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
Look at these people. Wait a minute. I forgot about this. Look at them. Look at how nobody answers until Brian Albert answers. And then they all look at him to figure out what to say. It's insane. It's so great.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
Look at Chris looking at his brother like, what do I say?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
You were asked.
So the reason I play that is because that, in my mind, that is Brian Albert mocking us, because that's who he is. He fundamentally, that's his sense of humor, is to openly mock us all and throw it in our faces. Ha ha ha, you do realize that all these people being in a conspiracy is just so absurd, right? Saying the quiet part out loud. So I just want to point out that, sometimes it just is what it is. And part of how I am beginning to understand how all of these people could have been involved in some way with a conspiracy, even if we only consider the people in the house. So what is that? 10 people in the house that were involved. Well, not just 10. So we have Chris, Julie, Colin. So that's them. Nicole, Caitlin, Brian, Jen, Matt, and Sarah and Julie. That's 11. And then you have Tristan. That's 12. Then you have Allie. That's 13. So you have at a baseline, just basic number of people that, if just the people in the house, that's 13 people in on it. So, okay, maybe that's not the medical examiner and, all the police departments yet, but that's 13 is a lot of people. And you ask, well, how could 13 people pull this off, right? Well, I think the answer is, who are you going to tell? Like, even if you wanted to out these people, who are you going to call to do that? I mean, nobody wants to hear it. And do you really trust law enforcement? Like, how do you know that you can trust anybody when you realize that, you're watching Jen McCabe testify openly, in a court of law, and she's making eyes with the prosecutor and he's objecting. Are you going to take these people on and risk calling a police officer when the brother of the homeowner is, the beloved detective in Canton at that PD? The Boston PD is Commissioner Cox, right? So we know how that went for Kelly Dever, right? I mean, you saw how that went down. And then the state police is Michael Morrissey's guys. Like, who are you going to call? So it's a nightmare. But let's check this out. Okay, here we go. I'm going to shut up now.
What time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel,
Okay.
correct? And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you had refreshed your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and...
Okay, that's not my question.
I have to say this because, I mean, without Jennifer McCabe making this statement here, without her telling us that Ryan Nagel sends a second text that says he's going to leave, I'm not sure that I ever figured this out. It's this text message that we never see and we never hear about anywhere else. And unless we do and I don't know about it, I've never heard another witness mention that second text from Ryan. I don't know why the defense didn't bring it up, because it is so important. And it flies in the face of what you're about to see, which is the testimony from the people in Ricky D'Antano's truck. So we already have evidence that they're lying before we've even heard them speak, because we know that he sends that first text message on Cedar Crest at 12:23. It's probably about a minute out, right? So when he turns onto Cedar Crest, that's when he sends the text. But then he's got to be waiting long enough to be like, we're going to leave. Now, I don't know how many minutes that is, but it's long enough to send a text that we do not hear about from anybody else at any other point. She's the only mention of it that I can find across both trials. So, I mean, for that, Jen, we owe you a huge debt of gratitude. Thank you so much for saying this. I'm sure that you learned your lesson and did not say it ever again, but we appreciate you for doing it at least this one time. So this might be the only time you ever hear me thank Jennifer McCabe.
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me in rec and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in?"
Okay. So you already know. Based on what he just said, you don't even have to hear anything else. We already know that he's lying. Because he says, I texted her here, she came out. So this is trial number 2. We're going to see clips of him from both. This is with Hank. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. I just want to point out that we already know this is not what happened. It's just unbelievable.
Julie Nagel went outside and
Okay, that's not my question.
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me in rec and said, "Hey, do you..."
So note the change in tense. She opened the door. She looks at me and Rick. So that's an indicator of deception right there.
"You guys want to come in, for a drink or whatever?" And
You see the one-sided shoulder on the left side shoulder went up.
I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
You got another one there, a second, right? Like, yep. So she decided to stay. Here's the other problem with what he's saying. This is not the same thing that the other 2 people in the car tell us. This story varies greatly based on the day, the time, and who's telling the story.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
Yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute?
So that's Ricky D'Antano. I would guess, according to him, she came out in under a minute. Again, we already know that's not what happened, thanks to Jennifer, because we know that when he arrived, he said here, and she didn't come out. Right? There's a period where they're waiting there going, where the hell is she? So long, however long that is, can't be that long. I mean, to be fair to them, it's not 10 minutes. Maybe a minute. But it's long enough such that Ryan says, we're going to leave.
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
How far?
So that I will take the time to go through and analyze it play by play at a later time. But just off the cuff, I can see that that's what I always call a Wendy Adelson. So that's, Heather trying to make this story sound more believable by adding these little details about, oh, she said this and I said this. But you'll note that the sentiment is the same. All of them have to make sure that they tell us that they were invited inside, right? Now, first, I assumed, naturally, well, then that's probably true. And Julie's probably, knowing that they're never going to say yes, which they aren't, they wouldn't, not in any world. Maybe she really did. Silly me. Of course not. Of course, that was a ridiculous thing to think, because just like every other jackass in Canton, these three are lying, are committing perjury. And as is apparently the case, because there's no investigators interested in this case, all of us, we have to highlight it because nobody else is. And, I think possibly had Julie and Ryan and Sam Nagel not been at CF McCarthy's that day, that Turtle Boy and Meredith are in there for French fries and have that whole interaction with, Chris and co, where he loses his shit on Aiden. Had that not happened, maybe I don't ever look twice at him. But it was just so obvious from their behavior on that day that they bleed whatever color the McAlberts bleed, and that Ryan specifically has like no tolerance for Turtle Boy. Like these people, there's like a desperation sometimes that oozes out of them, just like, Jill Daniels, just like Julie's sister, Jill. She's so desperate to make Aiden go away that she literally assaults him in the street. It's like, you're an adult woman. What are you, in your 40s, 50s? And you're assaulting somebody named Turtle Boy in the street? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But I mean, the answer. Like, they blame him for this. They blame him for their murder of a police officer, efforts to frame an innocent woman, and then repeated, I don't know how many counts of perjury you could place on all these people if you really wanted, but just blatant, in-your-face perjury over and over again across 2 trials. And somehow it's Aiden's fault.
Away from you is the black SUV that you saw.
Probably a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that,
so according to Ryan, trial number 1, Karen's SUV is a car and a half length in front of him. This is Ryan.
what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, did you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you arrived there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. Get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes out?
Probably about 2 minutes.
And do you recall seeing her exit from the...
So we know that's deception. It wasn't probably 2 minutes. So I don't know how long it was, but he doesn't believe that it was probably about 2 minutes.
House?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
You mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up to
I guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
And as far as when your sister was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
So not anything you noticed?
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How is it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, "Oh, would you guys like to come inside?" I looked over at Ricky, and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Because obviously we were out for a long time. So she goes, "No, I'm gonna stay a little longer." And so she shut the door, and I watched her go in the house, and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, I don't know, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
So a relatively short amount of time?
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Kind of like in
now,
and
as
out.
far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I know this.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
So, according to Ricky D'Antano, Julie comes right out, right? So they pull up and Julie comes right out. Well, that doesn't make any sense. If Julie came right out, then why would he be sending her a text that says, "We're leaving. We're going to leave." Right? So we know that's not true. We also know it couldn't have been that long. So it's fascinating. They give, well, you're going to see in a minute, a full array of times from 30 seconds to 5+ minutes. That is the window of time range that they give if you count Ryan and Heather's testimonies during both trials. There's a full window. And we find out from some of the cross-examination that they've said different things during grand jury testimony. So, these guys are clearly playing games with the truth and trying to bend reality for whatever reason. How much do they know? I mean, what do you think? They're clearly lying. So what is it? Do they know? Are they just trying to, does Julie just say, "Hey guys, do me a favor, just tell them that I, came out and said, why don't you guys come in the house?" I mean, do they know? What do you think?
What, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, let's say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
You see what he's saying here, right? So now Ryan, according to Ryan, when they get there, the car is a car and a half length in front of them, and then it moves up another car and a half length. Oh, where does that put Karen Reed's vehicle? Let's see. Over by 32 Fairview? Gee, Ryan, why would you put her over there? I mean, come on, you guys, right? I don't know how I missed this the first time. I guess I just wasn't really paying attention, but this isn't even like, it's just transparently bullshit.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that occur?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Right, so now it's like, on another planet.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up again?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
When she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really back and forth.
Okay, all right. Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house?
If that, a minute or two.
Now, that time period that
Right. So according to Ricky, nope, she just said, you guys want to come in? Nope. Okay. Shut the door and walked back inside the house.
Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside. About how long a period of time?
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home, and I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late, just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back in and we left.
Let's think about this. Chit chat, Heather? You guys are chit chatting outside in front of 34 Fairview? What is she talking about right now? Like, I don't know how it didn't register the first 10 times that I heard this, because it is just so totally, obviously, absolute bullshit. I mean, this is just absolute bullshit. So then you have to start asking, well, did Julie come out of the house and say, there was a fight in the house? I'm staying? I don't know. I doubt it, right? I doubt it. I don't know why. I don't know why I say I doubt it, but I doubt it.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it, or no?
I don't recall.
Right. So according to Heather, the car never moved. Oh, and the car is a couple of feet in front of them. It's right in front of them, and it never moved, according to her.
And
it was so absurd.
When you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running, or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take, yeah.
Look at his face.
Just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box, or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little farther.
A little further.
Maybe.
And then...
So according to Ricky, Karen's Lexus is 20 yards in front of them. 20 yards. I mean, it's just these people, I'm like up to here with these guys. I just have had enough. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot stand just the incessant, absolute bullshit that oozes out of every single one of them. And then they expect to just like carry on with their lives. Like, so what if we lied our faces off, commit perjury multiple times across 2 trials, tried to frame an innocent person for murder? Oh, and by the way, colluded in the death of a police officer who we continue to go to his mother's house on Sundays. We continue to pick his children up from soccer. Like, somebody needs to, like, you know what I mean? Like, karma's not coming big enough or fast enough for these fucking people. Excuse my language, but they're like the most horrible humans the world has ever seen. I mean, really, like, does it get any worse? Could you be a more despicable person? Like, I don't even care. Whatever the reason, can I think of a reason? Is there a reason any reason that I could ever fathom. Like, who am I saving to do this? Because truly, like, if my daughter was responsible, knowing how much I'm a little bit claustrophobic, to be fair, like the idea of spending my life in a cell is so terrifying and horrible. I've been to Rikers Island. I've been there as a mental health professional to bring services in for people who are in jail. Rikers Island is jail, but it's essentially a lot like prison because it's massive. Just going to visit is traumatizing. So even if somebody I loved, my offspring, was responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, I would be calling 911 and I would say, we will face it together. Whatever it is, we're going to face it together. But what we're not going to do is try to obfuscate responsibility for this death, because that's not what we do. I mean, I just can't imagine this. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine any scenario where my brain says, you know what? The best idea that we have on the table is to cover up the murder of this person, friend, associate, colleague. And then I know what we'll do. We will try to make it look like this other person that we know did it. Where is that a good idea? Like, under what list, what circumstances? I can't think of any. I don't care who's responsible. I don't care if it's Colin. I don't care if it's Jen. I don't care if it's Colin, Brian Albert, Chloe. I don't care if it's the whole group. There's no universe where this is a good idea, ever, for any reason, where this is the best plan you have. It's so upsetting. It just.
After that, under a minute span of time, she then had to walk from the front door of the house, one of the front doors of the house, to your vehicle, correct? So it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a conversation about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
Ryan was in the front passenger seat and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you would have been situated directly behind Ryan.
I was in the middle.
In the middle seat?
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I would say a couple feet.
A couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet?
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here?
Correct.
You indicated that you believe that the chit-chat that happened with Julie Nagel up at the truck was about 5 minutes?
Give or take.
Okay.
Give or take.
At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down to communicate.
But you do know that there was a communication?
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house?
All 3 of us.
Okay. You, Ricky, and Ryan?
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all? Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up?
I don't recall.
Okay. So the specifics of the conversation...
Now, obviously, wherever Jackson got this part here about Julie, a discussion about Julie's mom maybe picking her up. Somebody else, and I don't know if it was one of you guys, somebody saw something in, I think, these recent documents where Julie had said she was sleeping over at Fairview. I don't know. So I don't know who said what, in what context, when. But it's clear that whatever Julie said to them, from what I can tell, did not include, do you guys want to come in the house? That, from what I can tell, that was not an exchange that has happened. Now, I have not done a formal analysis of these people yet, but you can freaking bet your bottom that I will, and we'll find out whether or not she actually did ask them to come inside.
You don't necessarily recall, but you do know that y'all talked about 5 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
Okay. During the course of that 5-minute conversation, where was your focus?
On Julie. She was speaking to all three of us.
So they were not talking for 5 minutes. It's not possible because these guys passed. If it's true that Ricky's truck passed Karen, right? Then there's no way that they were speaking to Julie for 5 minutes. It's not possible. It had to have been a very quick conversation. I don't even think it was probably a full minute. Literally, she was probably like, hey guys, yeah, sorry, I'm staying. And they probably drove away. That's my guess. Now I'm guessing based on what I know about the timeline, because if John and Karen's Lexus is stopped in front of the house at 12:24 and 38 seconds, or just before that, and they're right behind them, there's not enough time. The whole thing from start to finish probably took 4 minutes. That's, right? Because 2:24 to 2:28, yeah, 4, maybe 5 minutes start to finish.
Now, that time period that Julie was at the side of Ricky's truck talking to all three of you inside, about how long a period of time?
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
Total.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home, and I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late, just wanted to get back home. So she was like, okay, went back in and we left.
Yeah. So the home, obviously, that's a pretty big, flag. Let's see if there's anything else that I want us to look at
when
here.
you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay. Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
I mean, it just doesn't even make sense, right? Like, why would they be talking for 5 minutes? Unless she's out there, cluing them into what's going on, but I don't think so. I very seriously doubt that she would have done that, right? I mean, this is her older brother. What do you think if you have an older sibling, or if you are an older sibling, if you have an older brother? My guess is if he had known what was going on, he would have likely gone inside.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really felt was unnecessary, correct?
It's funny because he really doesn't like lying. It's like Ryan's the one that I think has the biggest problem with lying. Ricky thinks it's funny. He almost breaks out laughing a few times. But you can see it on him. Like he's really not comfortable with it at all.
I wouldn't say it would be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that?
So I don't know if you guys heard that, but what he said was you had testified in the past that Julie could be kind of a pain in the ass. I'm not sure if that was the first trial. It might have been. And that makes sense, right? Because she called him. They had talked earlier about him picking her up on the way home. Then she texts him between 12:15 and 12:20 and says, okay, I'm ready to go home. Then he shows up at 12:23 and she's not ready. So then he texts again and he's like, what the hell? Where are you? I'm going to leave. So then she comes out and she's like, oh yeah, just kidding. I'm going to stay. So yeah, she's a pain in the ass.
SUV stop at the foot of the driveway.
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on, and they released them and then stopped again. So it probably moved another car length up.
Okay, so what he just said, I wasn't going to include, but it could be important. Remember, some of you may have seen the rendition that I used of Microdots, where Microdots shows Karen parked in front of the driveway, dropping John off. He's going up the driveway. The cars in between, no, actually on the left side of where the cars would be. So he could very well be blocked from anybody in a truck behind Karen's Lexus because he's already heading into the house. And then right as they're finally pull up behind the Lexus, Karen pulls forward to the mailbox. And to his point, he's sort of saying here, well, I didn't see her actually move, but I saw that she had just, put on the brakes. So it's possible that she had just moved into that spot.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
Right. So here we go. Again, we get roughly 2 minutes. And again, no mention of a follow-up text. And it's just so strange to me that there's no mention of a follow-up text. And he's asked, by the way, Ryan is asked, I think twice on a couple different occasions, maybe by Yannetti and by Lally, what communication did you have with your sister? And he doesn't mention a follow-up text because she didn't come out.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
That's true.
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
Okay, so we'll stop there. What do you guys think? I don't know. I definitely, there's a lot of deception in there. And the question is, what's the purpose of it? How much do they know? Are they just blindly covering for her? Is sister like, hey, big brother, just, can you guys make sure you tell them that I invited you into the house? I don't know. Hello, Kylie Cosmos 3371. She is a YouTube member again. Welcome back. It's nice to see you, Kylie. Your dad's favorite mom. Hi, $4.99. Sends $4.99. Allie could still not really know what happened if they said she needed to do it, just so people would stop accusing Colin. Yeah, 100%. So this is a really good question. And I think this is the part that, my brain starts to get into the configurations of, like, is it possible that not all the kids know? I tend to think the answer to that is no. I tend to think the answer to that is no, which means that all the kids know. So by all the kids, who are we talking about? We're talking about all the Nicole and Brian's children, which is not a huge stretch, just given the fact that 2 of them are involved already. So that would mean right? They have twins and then another one, the son that was in the Marines. So that's 3 of them that are not involved that would also know. Then you have Julie's 2 sons, in addition to Colin. Then you have Jen's 4 daughters. I mean, it's an enormous group of people. That's why I said I think Brian Albert is openly mocking all of us, because there are so many people who know. I mean, I feel like, how do you keep that secret? Imagine that. I mean, I come from a smaller family. There's my sister and I, and then, my parents. I have step siblings. I just can't imagine, with how close these families say they are, that their siblings wouldn't know. Right? I mean, how could you not know? Allie definitely knows. For sure. I don't see any way around it. So here's the other thing I would say. The older siblings would know. So even if like the smaller kids, the younger kids, like let's say, for example, okay, in the Nicole and Brian's household, Brian Sr., Brian Jr., and Caitlin are the older kids. In Julie and Chris's household, Colin and Chris Jr. are the older kids. In Matt and Jen's household, Allie's the oldest. She's the older daughter. So it's possible that just the older kids know. Possible. Allie's the worst liar ever put on earth. So I hope that she doesn't know. But she does. Here's my thing about Allie. And I know some of you already know this too. When I recently, because I've been looking at Colin really close, it's very clear that Allie was not at the house. She was not at 34 Fairview. Could she have picked Colin up at the high school? I haven't actually checked to see. We should do that. We should do that walk. If I was closer, I would go to Canton High School and walk. Apparently, there's supposed to be like a trail from Canton High School to the tracks behind 34 Fairview. If that's true, we need to find that out, because that's not impossible, right? She could have been at the high school like her Life 360 data said, and maybe picked him up. It's not impossible. Not impossible. But for a long time, I thought that the Aaron Beatty call was for a ride. Then I think I learned she doesn't even have a license. Eventually, I learned that. But at first, I don't think so. I think it was an alibi. Like, is John there? Which is not smart at all. But, given who we're talking about. Your dad's favorite mom sends $4.99. Sam, can you analyze the Judd Welcher testimony soon just for fun? Yes, I will. I was talking to Emily C. about that today. Yeah, I think we were what is it called? Brandy's podcast, 13th Juror, which is so good. I remember listening to the whole thing before the second trial, right? So she's got the charts, and that was so helpful when I was first trying to learn about this case, like really learn it, like the whole thing, right? Before the second trial, maybe even just after the first trial, I'm trying to remember. But the 13th Juror podcast, there's an episode about Aperture and Judd Welcher that was interesting. Definitely check that out. But yes, I will. I think, yeah, I mean, the question is, where is he lying? He's obviously obfuscating the entire time. Oh yeah. Duh, that reminds me, your dad's favorite mom. So for those of you that don't yet know, we have confirmation that Caitlin Albert was living at 34 Fairview. Not a surprise, right? I've been saying that for a long time, but we do have official confirmation, and you know where we got it? In the Aperture report. So this is the weird part. It almost seems like Aperture was trying to do its own investigation of John O'Keefe's death, because they asked for everything. If you go back and look at the Aperture report, it's in the FOIA documents. I mean, they asked for everything. And one of the things that they got confirmation on, and it's in the report, is that Caitlin was living at 34 Fairview. So, I mean, you know, it wasn't a surprise. I was excited to see that it was written somewhere. That's awesome. But why the hell does Aperture have that? Like, what would they, right? Like, why would they need to know whether Caitlin was living at 34 Fairview or not? It's very, very strange. So, yes, absolutely. What I want to know is, how much does he believe that, well, what does he believe? That's the question. I think it's obvious, but I would really love to know. So the answer is yes, I absolutely will. I will. Got a bad feeling since 1999. Hello, Samantha. You look gorgeous as usual. Thank you so much. Got a bad feeling. Thank you so much for continuing the fight for justice for John. Love you from the bottom of my heart. Your tremendous efforts are appreciated more than words can express. Thank you so much. Got a bad feeling. I so appreciate you too. We're in it to win it, right? Where are we going? This is it. What are we doing? We got to do it. We have no choice because nobody else is. Look, these people murdered a police officer and then tried to frame an innocent woman. Like, who's even heard of such a thing? Like, what planet are we on? You know what I mean? I remember, like, there were times, you know, like along the way where I never for even like not even for a quarter of a second was like, oh, Karen did this. But there's been times where I was like, did they really do that? Like, is this really what happened? Right? Like, because it's just so like, who does this? And then they did, you know what I mean? It's like, there's no way out of it. Not only are they responsible for his death, but they tried to cover it up within 3 minutes. What the fuck? Who does that? I remember going back to Sergio's like original analysis of Brian Albert from 2 years ago, during the first trial. And I remember he gave them, he's like, talking about how much time it would take for them to realize what they had done and then try to cover it up. And he gives them 20 minutes. He's like, well, it'll probably take 20 minutes for them to like realize, oh my God, what just happened? And then go into cover up mode. Well, according to the cell phone data, that is not possible. It's not possible. Impossible. They immediately went into cover up mode. Like, seriously, you just heard Jen, the here question mark, exclamation point text. Karen is still sitting out front in the Lexus. Jennifer has John's phone. It's right that they've got John's phone. And she's texting Karen. Are you here? So how could you possibly explain that? And here's the thing. Here's how we know. Nope, you can't say. There's no way to say she didn't know about it, because we know from both her and her sister's testimony that they are standing, Nicole and Jen are standing at the family room door. They're standing by it, watching Julie. Remember the motioning? Remember Nicole? She literally is motioning as she's talking about watching Julie walk out the door. She was trying to be deceptive, but it leaked out because reality blended with the rehearsed story. And so she ended up pointing to the door, Nicole. And then Jen, during the like wicked, brutal cross-examination where where Jackson was just like pounding her for 20 minutes about the timeline for 20 minutes. Finally, at the very end of that, she's tired and she gives up. It's almost like she literally almost says, fine, and like rolls her eyes. And she says, I didn't see her by the truck, but I saw her go outside. Julie Nagel. So both of them, Jen, Nicole, are standing at the door when Julie Nagel goes out to talk to her brother. So there's no way that they don't know what happened to John. Like everybody's in on it. It's Jennifer that tells Sarah and Julie they're staying. And they agreed. Remember, Julie says, no, not Julie, Sarah says they agreed. And Matt explains that they're the messengers, that actually it was somebody else who gave them the message, and they were the ones that were, right, giving the message to Sarah and Julie that they were staying. I mean, it's like so obvious. There's no way out of it. Like, I can't get out of it. There's no way. I wish there was a way. There's no way. They all know, they were all there. At Amanda Floranton, what a pretty name, sends $4.99. Hi, Sam, love your show. What do you think would have happened if they said yes? Well, I mean, you know what? The same thing that just happened anyway. Like, they would have been in on it too. Because you know why? Because for exactly the reason that I eventually came to this, it took me a long time, but I eventually came to realize that maybe in the next 5 years, there would be a threat. Like, once, let's say that Morrissey's people really are voted out of office, like Greg Connors does not end up the DA, and we really do end up with like a new sheriff in town, and you know, like the leftovers from the old school Canton PD slowly wither away. Eventually, it's going to take time, but eventually all of those old school people will be gone, out of positions of power, and then it'll be safe to go to the police. But until then, who are you going to go tell? Kevin Albert, you know, the beloved Canton police detective who's the brother of Brian Albert, like even your local feds, like Brian Higgins is a local ATF agent. Do you really trust the local Boston federal office? I don't know. I mean, I would have trust them only because now we know with Adam Deitch, you know, running to be the DA of Norfolk County. Now I maybe know that, but I don't know if I would have known that then. So my point is, even if Ryan and Ricky and Heather walked in and were like appalled and wanted to go do something like the right thing, I'm not even sure that that was an option. Like, I think it would be so scary. I mean, if you really think about it, like, what would you do? You know, the feeling is like these guys have all the cards, they have all the power. I mean, look at the way Michael Morrissey jumped for them. Like, it's embarrassing, but you know, like the whole thing with this is the first statement of its kind in my however many years as Norfolk County DA. I mean, the way the judge, you know, Canoni treated them, I don't know. I don't know if I would feel safe enough to speak up. I would fear what would happen, retribution. However, If Karen walked in, that's a different conversation. That's a question that I think we could probably spend all day trying to answer, because then they're in big trouble. Like, I will tell you that there's no question in my mind, they had to be staring out that window praying that she pulled away. Because if Karen had come, and think about it. You remember how Karen is calling the house that whole night? They have John's phone. Like, they know that she keeps calling. That would be so scary. You just would be like, oh my God, is she going to come here? The whole night, they were probably waiting to see if Karen was going to show back up. Right? Balancing debits and credits sends $10. Sam, do you think it's possible Karen saw Heather in the rearview mirror and then saw people, or at least Julie, go in the house? Hence the pervert voicemail to John. I've always wondered that. Like, not necessarily if she saw, women, but what did she see? I don't think we know, I think it's a great question. I mean, she must have saw activity. She saw that there was another car. She was there when Julie came out. So, yeah, I mean, she definitely saw people going, at least, around the house. She saw some activity. But I don't think it would have mattered, balancing debits and credits, because I think that pervert voicemail was really about what had happened in Aruba, right? The truth is, had John not have gotten drunk on New Year's Eve watching Alabama football with his friends at the resort in Aruba, had he not done that and then not made it back to the room until very late, or actually, no, he didn't make it back at all, right? Karen goes and looks for him in the lobby and she finds him in an embrace with her friend's sister. That girl, by the way, is there anyone, if anybody hasn't seen her, I mean, she might be the most annoying woman. If there's anybody I could imagine being annoyed with my fiance, falling all over, it might be her. She is pretty annoying. I forget her name, but she was in the first trial. I think had that not happened, she might not have immediately jumped to that place. But I think for Karen, Aruba was still in her mind. And so she just thought that the same thing was happening again. He was abandoning her in exactly the same way that he had left her in the hotel room to take care of his kids in Aruba. Because that's the same thing that happened. He was drinking. She was with the kids in the hotel on New Year's Eve. And John never came back to the room. So, I think it's that. I think Karen was thinking, great, you're leaving me to go back to the house so that I can babysit your niece, and you're partying in the house, whether there's women there or not. That's what I think. I mean, she called, 53 or 55 times? At least 53, maybe 55 times. So, and again, Karen has, she has more of that anxious attachment relationship style. So I get it. I've seen it before, for sure. It's, it's funny too, because you wonder, was Karen intuitively, did she kind of sense that there was a reason to panic? Maybe it was misguided as to what it was, but she obviously was assigning the wrong motive, but clearly she, was flipped out about him not coming out of the house. At Shelly Bean 13 sends $5. Hello, Sam. Hello, everyone. Sam, what if they actually saw John get out of the car? Yeah. So here's the thing, Shelly. There is evidence of that in their testimony. And I didn't have time. I really have to go through it line by line to be able to feel confident about whether or not we can say. But there is a reason to believe that Heather may have. From her testimony, I'm speaking only from her testimony now, based on what I have seen just on a preliminary basis, like just from afar, kind of not taking notes, not studying, but just noticing and being like, huh, well, that seemed like a little outside of baseline. And so I will have to do a lot more work to really tell you that, but I think it's possible. I have a sense it might be already true. But the only one, Shelley, that I've gotten that from so far is Heather. So Ricky, it's hard to tell if he's just, I don't want to say brain dead, but like oblivious and like wasn't paying attention to anything. Like literally, he may have just been the driver, drunk, taking his friends home and not even paying attention. He could also be obfuscating intentionally. Again, I haven't done enough of an analysis to tell you one way or the other. We're going to find out. I mean, listen, even if only one of them, let's say Ryan and Heather were in a relationship at that time. If either one of them saw John, then there's going to be indicators that both of them evidence during their testimony. Because even if I didn't see him, but I know that Heather did, it's probably going to seep out in my testimony. So we're going to find out. Yeah. I mean, really, it's, you know, the thing is, you got to like really, it's so funny because the McKenzie, the analysis I did today from McKenzie Sharilla, she doesn't give us an opportunity to do a baseline. There is no like softball questions. They just jump right into like the really hard questions. But because she's so obviously deceptive, it's so extreme. The deception is so clear and obvious. You don't need a baseline. Like anyone who has eyes can see the deception. It's kind of like when Jen testifies. It's just so obvious. So, but with Heather and Ryan, to do it right, you've really got to like get their baseline first. And it's, you know, it's a whole day's worth of activity really to do it right. That's the reason why it took so long for me to do Sarah and Julie, because it's like a real, like, you got to like really sit there and go through it line by line. You know, it's a lot of work. At Violet Desert Skies, a member for 8 months. Happy anniversary at Violet Desert Sky. This case needs you, Sam. Willing to bet no one has put as much time and analysis on this testimony as you. I wonder if you could be called as an expert. Thanks, Violet Desert Sky. Well, I know lots of other people have put in a tremendous amount of time because I talk to them every day. So I know there's lots of us out there. But the testimony is grueling, and I get it. Like, it's something I resist. Like I've said many times, even with, you know, Sarah Levinson, it's like, I don't want to do it, you know, because it is boring and you do have to like focus so much on what they're saying. But now actually it's changing a little because it's starting to get fun. Like sometimes there's these moments where these gems come out and you're like, oh my God, like, no, is that really what they just said? You know? So now that that's happening more, it is kind of more fun. I will admit that. It's definitely, that's what happened with the McKenzie analysis. It was like, oh my God, this is so cool. But I appreciate you saying as much. Thank you. And I've got a long way to go before being in a courtroom as an expert, but maybe someday, maybe eventually. At Berta S13 is a member for 7 months. Love your channel. Thanks for sharing your amazing mind with us. Well, you are welcome. And thanks for being here. And thanks for your support. You guys are amazing. You are truly the best, the best, the best. At Peachy Keen 1. Yay, we have a new member. Excellent. Welcome, Peachy Keen 1. Don't forget for our members to check out the member benefits. Please, definitely, please use them. At Mama Cat 26 since 1999, I seem to remember something about John's shoe. John's shoes, like they looked different in the pictures from the medical and trial. Can we investigate this again? Yes. So we did actually, Mama Cat, we found out this was something that came out in the sidebars. Remember how, so the big controversy with the shoes was that during trial, like two left, the wrong shoe was pulled out. I want to say the wrong shoe was pulled out. And according to the transcripts during the sidebars, it was something to do with the jury from the last trial. Now, I don't know the details. I can't remember right now. But I think that's what it was, according to what I remember from the sidebars. Yeah, I don't know if that made sense. But in the sidebar material, there is something in there about the jurors from the first trial not putting the shoes back the way they were supposed to be. And so when they were pulled out again for the second trial by Yuri Buchanan, either they looked like they were the wrong way, or they were the wrong way, or they were mislabeled. So when he pulled out the right foot, it looked like the left foot, something like that. But I do have questions. I mean, having said that, Mama Cat, there are questions here. Like, for example, and this is just something we don't know, and I think we're all kind of sitting with this, trying to figure it out. I think for a long time, Karen's team, and maybe just because it was easy, assumed that Michael Proctor was somehow kind of involved in planting evidence. But this is very tough to say, because people in the house could have planted a fair amount of evidence too. Now, they weren't the ones planting taillight. That, I think, would have been the Canton PD. But they could have put the shoe outside, right? I mean, they could have put a couple of pieces of taillight down. They were not the same ones that end up. If you look very, very closely, the first three pieces of taillight that are left, that are found by the CERT team, those little tiny pieces, you can see I've done videos on them pretty recently. There's three pieces found, tiny little pieces found by the CERT team. If you look at the reconstruction, those pieces are not the same. They're close, but they're not the same. And could it have been the people in the house that dropped those first three pieces before the CERT team investigation? Could be. Could it have been Brian Higgins and the chief of police, Chief Berkowitz? Yeah. And then, of course, the Massachusetts State Police would have been all too happy, wink, wink, just to throw out the pieces that didn't fit from the, in the reconstruction. That's part of the problem here. Part of the problem is you don't know how many of these characters, like Sean Goody, I think his name is Goody. I don't know why, but I think that's what I heard. But anyway, Sean Good, whatever his name is so, like, he's so buddy with Michael Proctor. So it's hard to imagine that one of them would be involved or aware of the fact that Karen is innocent and the other wouldn't. But I think it's possible that for some of these guys, Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, that they actually are so stupid, they really believe that the people in the house are innocent and that Karen did this, even if they know that some of the evidence is planted, because they think they've got the right person. Like, they're really, it's sort of like Carrie, you know what I mean? Like at a certain point, what do you say about Carrie Roberts? Like, what words could we come up with to explain how effing stupid you have to be to not realize that this woman, Jennifer McCabe, is working your ass and has been since the second that you arrived that morning on January 29th. How does she not know that? How do you not know that? Explain that one. How do you not know that? So the answer is, I don't know that there is. It's a great question, Mama Cat, and it's something I will definitely ask about. You know, that's something I need to ask Emily. She probably has more information on that than I do. I feel like we thought we solved it, but maybe we didn't. Blessed Mama, member for 6 months. Happy anniversary, Blessed Mama. I too think they all know and rationalize covering up because Brian would get so much trouble for something Chloe did. So let's all save Brian. So you think daddy, like it was, you think to save Brian Sr. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. All the kids, you mean? The whole family? Well, okay, for sure the family, I mean, they are this kind of group. Think about it. Like, you know, these are the kind of folks who just push like family first, family first, family first. Doesn't Colin have like the family crest on his chest as a tattoo? Like these people have been pushing this anyway. So, you know what I mean? So to me, it's going to be very difficult for some of them and not all of the family to know. Now, having said that, you know, does the extended family know? I doubt it. I don't know. I mean, I struggle with this because, I mean, who would you tell if this is you and you're in this situation? God help anyone who has to be, but would you tell anybody? Because I don't think I would. I mean, obviously, you know, my very immediate family, maybe. But think about it. Anybody you tell, like, then you're also giving that burden to them. Like, you're bestowing this enormous burden. And that's like a really heavy burden to carry. I know, and I've said this before, I know that Jennifer's daughter, not Allie, had to go to treatment out of state, mental health treatment. I don't know for what. They were framing it like it was for harassment, but that seems pretty ridiculous given that none of us know who Jen's younger daughter is, and nor do we care, right? Like, I'm not interested in harassing Jennifer's youngest child. I could give a shit, right? I mean, poor kid has enough problems. She's got Jen and Matt for parents, you know? So I don't know. I think that the like harassment is an easy way for the whole family to say like, see, we're traumatized, but it's because of this. It's not because we're involved in the cover up of a, you know, murder. It's because Karen Reed is putting rumors out and everybody's harassing us and defaming us wrongfully, right? I mean, it's just so stupid. I don't know how anyone could even, so stupid. At this point, I mean, I was talking to Vince about this earlier. At this point, like, these people will never come clean. Like, even if they were in prison, you know, even if they were like life without parole, like there's no way, no world where any of them will ever come clean. They can't, right? I mean, they can't. They have just been so adamant that they are innocent that they can't tell the truth now. Could you imagine? Sorry, Peg, you know? That's not happening. They'll never, ever, they will not come clean ever. AdProGamer515 has been a member for 7 months. Yay, thank you so much for your support, ProGamer V15. On my planet, framing innocent people is never a solution or option. This is socially obscene. Then again, Lord of the Flies, human nature. So, you know, here's the thing. pro gamer. That's kind of why I'm asking, right? It's like, okay, is there a world? If it's a zombie apocalypse, okay, that's different though, right? And at that point, it's like survival of the fittest. And here's the thing that kills me about it. I have no doubt that these guys could have got together, very easily said, oh, he came after us. It was self-defense. And they would have like gotten away with it. Whether it was Chloe, whether it was all three of them, like it just wouldn't have mattered. And you would think, if I'm Brian Albert Sr., I take the fall for it all. Like I do the right thing and I say, it was my fault. I'm going to step up like a man and I'm going to take responsibility for this. I mean, think about it. You've got your children are in the house. Your son, your daughter, you have just made them co-conspirators in a murder. You're going to risk putting them in prison for the rest of your life, rest of their life. That's why I don't, it's like, and this is why I always come back to Colin having to have been directly involved somehow, because you know what I mean? Like if you're Brian Albert, you're such a chicken shit. You're so you're such a wuss that this situation goes down. It's an accident. Nobody did this on, it's an accident. You're not going to step up and say, I'm going to take responsibility for this, for everyone in this house, because this is my family and I'm going to protect everybody else by taking the hit. Right? Wouldn't you do that? That's what I would do if I was him, just so that my family doesn't have to carry this unimaginable burden. But not these guys. No. Instead, they decide, oh, I know. We'll just say Karen did it. What? I don't know. And you know what? Maybe it's like a calamity of errors. Maybe it's like we made one bad decision and then like that turned into another bad decision. And then it's sort of snowballed to where now we're too deep in the bad decisions to be able to get out now. I don't know. I can't think of a scenario where there's any reason one of the big alpha strongmen in the house, Brian Higgins or Brian Albert, couldn't or didn't step up to the plate and take responsibility for what happened in that house, no matter who was responsible. Nope, not them though. That shows you what kind of people we're talking about, right? Like, quite the group. Atlin Jennings, 8390, sends $10. If you could have a one-on-one with Karen, what are the top 3 questions you would ask her? It's a great question, Lynn. Great question. What do you think? We got to think about that one. It's a really good question. I think the thing that I would be the most interested right now in knowing about is exactly what we were just talking about, right? Like, what did you see what did you guys talk about in the car? I mean, that would be probably my first question. Because what I want to know is how did you have a sense that he was walking into an aggressive interaction? Was there any indication from what you saw that he was going to, deal with the "you coming here" text? I think that would be my first question. And then, yeah, I mean, I'd want to know, like you said, like, what did she see? Who was around? Did you see people going in and out? Where the hell was the Jeep? Wouldn't we all love to know that? Was the Jeep just parked on the right side of the driveway, or was it anywhere? Did you see Ryan Higgins' Jeep? Could we please find out where that goddamn Jeep really was? Right? Because here's the thing, okay? I understand why they wanted it to be in front of the house. We know it wasn't there. I have to believe he would have wanted a vehicle at that house, right? Like, Brian Higgins is the kind of guy who wants to dip out when he wants to leave. You know, I feel like he's not going to want to wait for somebody to drive him to his car at, 1 a.m. So I feel like he would have definitely had a car with him. So it had to have been on the right side of the driveway. I mean, right? I feel like it had to have been there. But I'd love to know that. Like, did she see it? Does she know where it was? Hello at Chad F121. Welcome back. Welcome back. At Linda Lindell 7747. I can't tell if that's an L or one. I am so thankful I found you. I'm so thankful you found me too. Welcome. Happy 1 month anniversary. Chad says, hello, Chad. If Ring camera at One Meadows was working, then John's phone data was manipulated. Oh, wait a minute, Chad. What are we saying? If the Ring camera at One Meadows was working, it was. Why are you saying that? The Ring notification at 12:40. Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean like the message on the phone side? There was like a notification on his end. Do we see all the notifications on John's phone? I don't remember seeing those. All I remember seeing on Ian Whiffin's report, I remember seeing location data, the temperature data, the pocket state information. So when the camera was cleared, when he pushed the power button, what else? And then I guess texts and calls, but I don't remember. Maybe we don't get everything. I mean, listen, Chad, would it surprise you if John's phone, I've had it in my head all day today because I was looking at John's phone data. I was looking at Ian Whiffin's report. It's been in my head all day. Do you know that it took the defense a year to get John's phone data? It took the defense team 1 year waiting for that in discovery. So the Commonwealth had a year head start with John O'Keefe's cell phone data. So would it be surprising to anyone if it was manipulated? No, it wouldn't. And yet still, Chad, we are able to piece it together. You know why? Because they're effing morons. That's why. Because they're idiots. Because Adam Lally is such a goddamn moron that he dragged everybody he could think of into the courtroom and then asked them the most mundane, ridiculous, absurd, boring, monotonous questions that he could think to ask. I guess this is like his strategy, just like, give the jury so much information they can't possibly remember anything. But then we have the advantage of these people all testifying, and we have to be thankful for it because, you can run, but you can't hide. You guys, I've been going over Julie Albert's testimony. It's like one of my top 3 now. It's like really, it's up there. It's like Tristan, Matt McCabe, and Julie are like fast to the top because they are hilarious. Like hilarious. Like I lose it watching Julie Albert testify. It's so funny. How do we figure it out? I think that's the question. This is like an Aussie insider question. We got to ask, how do we know? Did it have the gray key code? Because we know that Jen's didn't, but did John's? Did John's cell phone have the gray key? I mean, there were other things deleted from his phone too. Remember, we had the other Ring videos were deleted off of his account. I don't think that was off the phone, but it was off his Ring account. So you're saying the notification was deleted, but the actual video was deleted too. At Bite My Bit sends $5. Scanlon has a stepdaughter the same age of the younger girls at Fairview. So is that true? Because I had heard that too, Bite My Bits. I had heard that also. I had heard that Scanlon had a stepdaughter that was the same age as the girls at the house. Correct. I had heard that also, and I never knew if it was true or not, right? And, like sorting through all this, it's hard to tell. With a level of accuracy, detail, and timeline of his info, do you think one of the girls was still there when John died? I mean, the truth is, Bite My Bits, I've been asking over the last couple of weeks, how do we know that Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Catherine Duty, and Mary Ken were not there? How do we know they weren't there? That was my question. And the answer I got was, well, Karen's team didn't think they were. So it was just sort of like, we think they probably weren't. I don't think we do know. If I'm being completely honest with you, I don't think that we do know that. I don't know that we know that. I still don't think we do know who was in that house. Right? I mean, if it was up to the Commonwealth, and if it wasn't for Scanlon, let's be honest, we would know right now. If it wasn't for Scanlon, we would not know Colin Albert was in that house. We would have no idea. Because the Commonwealth didn't know, Adam Lally didn't know, had no idea, and had no interest in finding out. So could it be that these people were in that house? Definitely. I have no idea. The only thing that we have to go on is the testimony of the people in the house. Now, I have looked and analyzed Julie and Sarah, and I think it's Courtney Alba. One of these girls, I think Courtney Alba actually legitimately left, because one of them gets picked up by her boyfriend before the other three. I think it's Courtney. And based on what I was able to extrapolate, I think she's the one that leaves legitimately. The others, I don't think we do know. I mean, I've had questions in my mind about it. I don't know if we do know. All we have to go on is their testimony, and I mean, how believable do you find that? So I don't think we do know. And you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, Scanlon could have easily found out from these kids, right? And that's the thing. Like, okay, so let's say just on its face, I mean, like, just if it's just the people in the house, 13 people at a minimum, 13 people know about what happened. 13, minimum. Because that's just the people that testified in some form or fashion that they were in or at this house on this night during this time. 13. So that includes Julie, Colin, and Chris Albert. So, I mean, you tell me, do you think that all of those 13 people, even if we don't have the girls, are able to keep their mouths shut? I mean, come on, what are the odds of that? It would be so small, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, and I've always thought that, always, and I still don't know. I would love to know. That's another thing I'd like to ask Karen's lawyers, right? Why do you think that they weren't there? Because maybe they know, maybe they have, actual evidence that we don't know about. Very possible. I don't know. At Villanelle 27 sends $10. Thank you for the McKenzie breakdown. She makes me wild. Hope she grows up eventually and truly realizes what she's done. Doing my Renos are so much better while listening to you. Thanks from Australia. Yes, I got to tell you, I am motivated with McKenzie. I do not want people to believe this bullshit. Like, I really don't. And I'm not, I wish this kid would just take responsibility for what she did. But when you have parents that refuse to take responsibility to, like, they're not even, her mother is like, no, she has this magical illness that she doesn't have. Like, her mom is still blaming it on magical illnesses and actually believing that it's Dom who was the aggressor in the relationship. So they're like trying to spin this new narrative. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. I mean, if you have a parent like that who just refuses to let you take responsibility for your behavior, why would you take responsibility for it, right? I mean, you wouldn't. McKenzie can't even admit to herself that she remembers. I mean, that's the truth. Like, McKenzie can't admit to herself. So she's definitely not anywhere near the point of like accepting reality and admitting it to us. But one of the people that I think comes across as the most wise, perhaps, in the documentary is Davion's father. I don't remember his name. I know his last name is Flanagan. But he makes a point to say, I am a man who could forgive. And if she could tell me the truth, if she could, accept responsibility and tell me what really happened to my son, I would forgive. But she's clearly not anywhere near mature enough to be able to do anything like that, probably anytime in the next 3 decades. Unfortunately. I do too, Villanelle. I hope she grows up too. I do too. I really do. You never know. Sometimes people surprise you, but most of the time they're relatively predictable, right? Thank you so much though for your support. I so appreciate you. We have another new member at Nana Lady 1577. Welcome at Nana Lady 1577. We are super excited to have you. Balancing debits and credits. Happy 1 month. Nail on the head. WTF happened that someone wouldn't step up. I don't know exactly what that was to you, but exactly. Right? I mean, you would think. At Moron sends 199. True patriarch calls 911 immediately. Exactly. Oh, that's what I think. Balancing. Yes, that's what you were talking about too. Right? You call 911 and you say, I will take the fall. I will take the fall. Let me take the hits. That's why it's so hard for me, to understand why that didn't happen here, right? So hard to understand why that didn't happen here. How did nobody say that? How did nobody do that? I don't know. I mean, even if they were wasted, and I know it looks bad, and even if Chloe was involved and there's strict laws, and even if Colin is there, even if it's the worst possible case scenario and everybody's involved and everybody saw it and it's incriminating to everyone, wouldn't you, as the man of your house with your children present, take responsibility for what happened to John instead of do exactly the opposite, which is, involve everybody in a grand conspiracy So now they're involved in the murder and cover up of a police officer? Like, what? Who does that? Horrible. At Pat's Lover Bobby sends $2. Getting on late, catching up. Love your show, Sam. Thanks for being here, Pat's Lover Bobby. Late or not. Chad sends $2. He says, ring notifications. Oh, interesting. The ring notifications are on Hyde's report. I haven't gotten to Hyde's report. I bet you there's some really good stuff on Hyde's report. Thanks, Chad, for that tip. Huh. Hyde's report. I will tell you there's some interesting stuff in Ian's report that I didn't know about. Like missing from 1:30 to 6, there's just no location data. Like what? Wait, what? Where's the location data that was supposed to be here? I thought there was just low accuracy data. Now there's no data? Like, I don't understand. Is it low accuracy data or is it no data? Right? There's no temperature for big, giant chunks of time. It's like, wait a minute. I thought this was supposed to be proof that the phone was, in a climate that was, cold, whatever, 40 degrees all night. But that doesn't appear to be true. It appears to be at some points it was true, but not all night. It's like there's this big, like, missing window of time where the phone is just like in the abyss. It's crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. You're right, though. We got to find out more about the phone. It's very possible that somebody screwed with the phone. I mean, maybe even likely. That's how I would, anything that comes from if it comes from the Commonwealth, I have to be suspect of it, because I would be really I would have to be insane not to be suspect of something that comes from the Commonwealth. You just have to be. And for two reasons. One, because the actual information itself, for example, doesn't have the security measures that a typical cell phone, like Cellbrite report would. So that's a problem. But then also you got to be aware of who the evaluator is, like Ian Whiffen, who's trying to prove by his own admission his theory. Well, you're biased. You're not giving me objective information. You're trying to disprove, prove this case for the Commonwealth and disprove, prove Karen guilty. And it's insane. Like, he's hiding Jen McCabe's name in different places. It's like, okay. So you have to just take it all with kind of a grain of salt, unfortunately, because that's why for me, and this is going to sound crazy, to most people it would be the opposite, but that's why to me, the only thing I really trust is their testimony, because I understand what they're saying. It's taken me a very, very, very long time, but that's why I trust it, because it took me a long time. I completely get it. Once I got it, I feel like I really believe it, because I'm confident. Like I really took a long time to get to that point, but I don't trust the data because I don't know where it's been. I don't know if Colleen Crawford or God knows who else got their hands on it, erased this, moved that. I don't even trust Jen McCabe's heart rate data. And I don't even think it's that incriminating. I just don't trust it because it just, everything that they put forth is misleading, is a misrepresentation. And by the way, they're still finding lawyers that are willing to do that. They're just doing it in the civil space now. And if you have to do that, if you're a lawyer and you find yourself digging around in like Turtle Boy's first ever mention of the Karen Reed case for proof of defamation, don't you think that that's a case you might want to stay away from? If that's the evidence, like, isn't that something that you might just want to say, you know what? I don't know if I want my name like attached to this shit. At ProGamer, the15 sends $20. IMO, they didn't feel guilty. Surely an accident, possibly started by John. Right, exactly. Maybe slipped in his socks. The decision to hide the death inside and put the body out as if a plow accident is more plausible. Framing Karen is next level evil. And I think, pro gamer, that the only reason why framing Karen happened is because it was an opportunity. It was like, when opportunity knocks, you walk through that door, right? I don't think that there was any plan. And the reason I say that is, like, on that 911 call with Jen, she has zero interest in Karen Reed. Like, you know, the cop is like, the 911 officer is like, who's that in the background? And she's like, that's his girlfriend, you know, his name is John O'Keefe. Like, she doesn't even say it's Karen. Literally, that's what she says. She says, that's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe. Like, do you know him? So she's not at all worried about Karen until she gets back to the Minion meeting with Brian Higgins and Chris and Julie, and she tells them that Karen had a cracked taillight, and that's when they're like, oh my God, get Lank back here and make sure you tell him that she said she said she hit him or whatever. So, you know, I don't know. I am so beyond the ability to even see, like, did Karen say she hit him? I think so. Did she say she could have hit him? I don't even know if she said that. I can't tell. I can't even tell. Like, that's how far down the rabbit hole I am. I no longer have the ability to discern whether that's a story that Jennifer McCabe invented and just told a lot, or if that really happened. I don't know. But they are next level evil. To me, the next level evil is how quickly they started trying to cover. Like, because he was alive. That's the problem. Here's the problem. This is my first thought about this was, okay, if John died right away, let's say 2 minutes, he's dead. Like, he hits his head and he's dead. Whatever happens, he dies immediately. If that is what happened, then the situation changes a little bit, because I could see, okay, we know he's dead. It sucks, but there's no way that he's going to be saved. Like, he's gone. At that moment, do we want to risk? Like, we can't save his life anymore. Might as well save our own. Okay. I mean, I see, I guess, a world where that logic sort of flies a little bit, right? But he's alive. Like, he didn't die in 2 minutes. He was alive. According to the injuries, he would have been alive for at least 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. And they don't wait 15 or 20 minutes after the incident. They don't wait. They immediately go into the guy didn't come into the house mode. Like, immediately. You know, remember, Jen is calling and texting John, and she's telling us that she's getting up and going to the window, the screen door, right? And she's texting, and her and Matt are like, what are they doing out there? You know, the whole nonsense. And then, of course, all of those calls and texts are deleted the next morning. I mean, the question really is there any way for that to be shadier? Is there any world where you could find an excuse that's viable for that behavior? Because we know John is dead, or unconscious. I struggle, because to me, he's really gone by 12:27, but you know, he's alive, I guess, technically. And you're right, pro gamer. You are absolutely right. Could have been John's fault. But even if it was, who cares? Whether it's his fault, whether he starts a fight, who cares? Either way, he lost his life in my house. I'm calling 911, and I am taking full and complete responsibility for whatever the hell happened. And I just don't see a way around that. Like, I can't find a way out of that. I just can't. At Twigs the Gemini sends $5. In reply to Chad's comment, it was discussed that CPD could have erased the video while they had possession of John's phone. Yes, definitely. So they definitely erased the video. Actually, it wasn't even just discussed. I mean, Yuri Buchanan verified that Proctor's the only person who had access to that video. And so he didn't come out and say that Proctor erased it, but it's erased. And we know it existed because remember, David DeCicco was the guy tasked with going through all the Ring videos, and he used little Post-it notes to keep track of what was on them. And remember, one of the videos that he took was that video, the 1241, where he sees Karen, I guess, right? Doesn't he see Karen in the garage? There's a video where there's a photo of a Post-it that's David DeCicco's handwriting, where he's writing a note about seeing Karen come back to the house on the Ring camera footage. I think it's the 1241, right? Because that's like where we would have seen her taillight. And it was erased, and Buchanan verifies that the only person who had access was Michael Proctor. Nobody else, including Karen, could have deleted it. So there's only like one option. Yes, Michael Proctor. Talk about a guy of the most upstanding character. Thanks, Twigs. At Shannon Rolland, OL1FI F1 sends $9.99. I never hear anything about evidence from Karen's phone. Do you know why? Yeah, that's a great question. It's a great question, Shannon. And I think the reason is because according to the cell phone data, I guess, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, Karen didn't have the location services on. Is that right? I know. So, okay. There's two cell phones for Karen Reed. There's the second cell phone that the Commonwealth is still trying to get access to. That's the one where, remember, we saw the video of Brian Tully outside of Karen's house, and he's out there for like 35 minutes, and then Bill Reed shows up, and Karen's in the house not letting them in. Okay, so that is the second cell phone. The first phone is the one that they confiscated the day that they came and got the car, but they couldn't break into for like 9 months. That's the one where Proctor's looking for nudes. So they have that phone. I'm trying to think, what else do we have from Karen's phone? What do we have from Karen's phone? I'm trying to think. I know, it does seem like we should have more, for sure. Seems like we should have more from Karen's phone than we do, without a doubt. And my understanding is because allegedly there was no, I believe, location data on that phone, but I can't even remember the details. I know it seems like we don't have anything from her phone, right? It seems like we're never talking about Karen's phone. I know, it's very, very strange. At Your Dad's Favorite Mom sends $9.99. I always thought Colin showed up with the other girls based on how Julie and Sarah talk about them all arriving. Julie says 3 girls showed up together and 1 alone. I always thought Colin showed up with the other girls. Yeah, it's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. The only reason why I hadn't kind of jumped to that was because they were Brian's friends. And it's sort of like when I think about who Brian would be friends with and who Colin would be friends with, I don't necessarily see them having the same type of friends. Doesn't mean it's not possible, though. It's clear from Colin's testimony that whoever really was driving him around, he didn't want to bring into this case. So, I don't know who he was really hanging out with before he got to the house, but he was definitely hanging out with somebody, and he definitely doesn't want to tell us about it because it seems like he's protecting them. That's kind of my sense, but it's certainly possible. I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of questions about them too. It doesn't sound like Julie and Sarah were really very close to them either. You have to be careful because Julie tries to use them. So Julie tries to lump Colin in with them, but she's so bad at it that it doesn't really work, which is why I don't think that he was with them, like, organically. I don't know. I don't know how he got there. I really don't. I don't know how he got there. I don't know who was dropping him off and picking him up. But I'm not sure he would have been friends with them because they were actually Brian Jr.'s friends. And he's considerably older, right? So Brian Jr. was 23 on this night, and Colin was 17. So that's enough of a difference that I doubt it, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. According to Sarah, the one girl that was alone because she was being picked up by her boyfriend. Now, I don't know if they all came together or they came. I know she left separate, according to Sarah. That part seemed true, but I wasn't paying close enough attention to try to find out whether it was or wasn't. At Joy Whitelaw sends $5. Hi, Joy. Hi, Sam. I'm late to the party, but I'm here now and excited to hang with the best. We keep inching our way to the actual truth behind their madness. I know, right? One step at a time. Thanks so much, Joy. It's nice to see you. Yeah, inch by inch. We're getting there, guys. Inch by inch. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom. So we are going to do a fervent break. I purposely, because I wanted, in honor of everything that we have been talking about these last month or so, I wanted to start our fervent break with one of the best classic fervent songs. Maybe my favorite. It's arguable, but we're going to start with that for our break. I'll be back in 2. Won't be long. Let's pull this guy up. Here we go. One of the best. One of my absolute favorites. Here we go. All right. We'll be back very soon. Yeah.
We believe that we can unlock an iPhone with our ass. We believe that medical science is a bunch of crap. We believe that Sir Isaac Newton doesn't know shit about physics. We believe that Celebrite sometimes makes up timestamps but still is the best in the business. We believe that it is acceptable to rehome your family pet of 7 years. We believe that when we are harassed, that's the only time we shed real tears. We believe that we love John O'Keefe, but our group chat showed no compassion. We believe that sometimes you slip on ice and land on your knuckles. Don't you hate when that happens? We believe in providing law enforcement with specific text strings that make us look good and then destroying the ever-loving shit out of our phones. I'm not done. And then taking that destroyed phone and dumping it on a military base. Totally normal. We believe in manipulating people when they are most vulnerable. We believe we have to tell each other what to say to Channel 4, even though it's supposedly the truth. We believe that you're dumb enough to believe that John's injuries came from an SUV. We believe that If we put a billboard up, we can shift the narrative and point the finger back at the woman who was acquitted twice. We believe in disgracing the memory of a law enforcement officer and turning his tragic death into the biggest spectacle. Now shut up, look the other way, and give us money. Sincerely yours, the House defendant.
Damn, Fervent. How many bangers you got?
Yeah, ooh, yeah. Took a bullet in the chest and woke up under arrest. You probably wish I'm dead, but I'm here to collect. Every breath a reminder, I will never forget. You tryna take my son, then it's off at your head. Yeah, I'm out for the kill, and I'm out for the bucks. The world knows the deal, that my fiancé sucks. Restraining order was silly, tryna paint me as a maniac. Yeah, you would think I'm chilly, the way I want my baby back. It's gangsta kill. Spend some time in the cell. I've been acquitted, baby. Time to unleash hell. Hey yo, it's gangsta kill. Spend some time in the cell. I've been acquitted, baby. Time to unleash hell. Yeah, just McCarthy sent my ass to jail. A motion to recuse made a Tucker tale. Thought you was slick when you revoked my bail. You just lit the fire, now welcome to hell. Now I got supporters from all across the globe. They know nothing over, I'm about to that not guilty verdict really sets the tone. Next battle up, bring Caden home. It's gangsta kill. Spend some time in the cell. I've been acquitted, baby. Time to unleash hell. Hey yo, it's gangsta kill. Spend some time in the cell. I've been acquitted, baby. Time to unleash hell. Officer Noonan, you tripping like Justin. Michelle Mitchell, you tripping like Justin. Judge McCarthy, girl, you tripping like Justin. North Andover PD, y'all tripping like Justin.
It's like the greatest video clip of all time.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a North Andover police officer who was shot. Okay, she was shot, and then she was shot.
Yes, she was.
She was shot. After all, she was shot. In case I didn't make that clear yet.
I love that song. I really do. It grew on me. It's such a good song. Yeah, it's what a disaster, right? Oh my God, poor Kelsey. Those people are going to be in her life forever. I think about that every single time I think about the Kelsey case now. I think about how that poor woman, has to deal with Justin and his family forever. Ugh. Can you imagine? It's like nothing I can imagine worse. Well, nothing I'd want to imagine worse. Okay, let me get to some of you guys. So I get to everybody. We have a member for 6 months. That's exciting. Happy anniversary. Happy 6 months. Chandra C 4911. Hello, Mr. Mark. Mark sends 99. Sam, I was late tonight, so sorry. Could you do me a quick favor? Yes, stop and rewind a bit. Don't worry about the chat. They can wait. Just kidding. Love y'all. Hi, Mark. It's nice to see you. Ignore my dog. You know, I love her to death, my little Sunny, but man, is she annoying. She's lucky she's so cute, because she's like seriously the most annoying dog the world has ever seen. It's amazing that 5 pounds could be this annoying. Anyway, it's nice to see you, Mark. Welcome. At Ms. Parks in the house, gifted 20 memberships. Holy crap. Thank you so much, Ms. Parks in the house. That's amazing. That's so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Welcome to all the new members. That's exciting. To all our new members, make sure you check out our member benefits. Use them, use them, use them. There's so much crap. There's 2 classes on there. They're enormous. Use them. They're monsters. There's so much information in there. It's endless. At Bite My Bits sends, would you consider giving lesson that proves 2:27 and 6 a.m. searches all happened. One doesn't dismiss the other. Some people are still confused, and I can send you the info. Yeah, absolutely. So, and I think part of the reason why it's so confusing is because it's not clear to me. And I think this is to your point and to the point earlier about the information that comes from the Commonwealth, right? Like Jen McCabe's, and I was talking to Aussie Insider about this today, Jennifer McCabe's cell phone report is not gray key like certified. Like, you know, the encryption key that was supposed to be on it wasn't on it. So it's impossible to know, truly know, and be certain about from the data on the report. It's really difficult to be certain about it. Now, having said that, I mean, Jen McCabe's testimony confirms that she made that search at 2:27. So that's the problem, right? The problem is that Jen's testimony, her testimony, confirms she made the 2:27 search. Now, the two searches in the 6 o'clock hour are more interesting because from a cell phone perspective, there's no actual, as far as I understand, at least one of those two searches doesn't exist on the back end. So that's why I get confused, because I'm not 100% sure myself. What I do know is that the efforts that Jennifer went to cover up the 2:27 search, she did not do that on her own. That she did that colluding with who I imagine to be Brian Albert. I can't say for sure it's Brian Albert, but I mean, we can all guess, right? That's who she's colluding with, because the search is happening at the same time as the phone call to Brian Albert. Like that 623 search, I think it's 623 and 624. Those two searches are happening at the same time as she's trying to get a hold of Brian Albert on the phone. So, but definitely send me what you have. I will absolutely, of course, look at it and do everything I can to try to clarify. But it is confusing because the data is confusing. I think that's where there's no confusion on my end that Jen is has incriminated herself with that Google search. So like she has told us that she did that. What's confusing is what shows up on the forms. And then you involve Ian Whiffen and all his absolute garbage. And, you know, Ian Whiffen is so dishonest that he like tells you one thing. And actually, I have to ask Aussie about this too. And Bite My Bits, you might know. When you look at Ian Whiffen's report, because now, see, the FOIA documents, this is different. Before the FOIA, we didn't have the entire reports. All we had was what they gave us as evidence in the trials. So we couldn't see all of the report. And now we can. And so I wonder, you know, it's probably a lot easier to see now where, let's say, Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde are being dishonest because we see all their cards. So we can see like the logic that they're using or whatever or not. And I know that Ian Whiffen changed his testimony from trial 1 to trial 2 in terms of like what he was assigning was responsible for the 2:27 search appearing at the wrong time. So of course I would consider it. Absolutely. Yes. At Deshay, hi Deshay, sends $2. Duty Dad was on select board with Chris Albert. I know. You're right. That's right. So, and that's the thing, like it's a small little community, these people. Chris, I was doing a lot of investigating into Chris. It's funny because all the others, like Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, their strategy had really been to stay quiet. I mean, you just didn't really hear from them much. Whereas Chris did the opposite. Like Chris decided to go get a position on the select board. Like, I think he decided in that year where they had peace and quiet in between John's death and that April 2023, like, explosion between that 90-page motion or report that came out, Aiden getting onto the story, and the feds, knocking on their door. So between January 2022 and April 2023, they were in the clear. My guess is that a lot of the decision making that Chris was using then was like, oh, well, I'll just put myself in a more powerful position, and that'll be my strategy. My strategy won't be to go hide. It'll be to ingratiate myself further into the community. Might have been a good strategy at the time. It just wasn't a great strategy in the end. But you are absolutely right, Deshay. The Duty dad. So Catherine Duty, her father was on the select board with Chris Albert. Absolutely. And that's the thing about these people, guys. They are so in bed together. There's no other way to say it. Like, they're just completely enmeshed. At Reefer's Mom 1 sends $4.99. Sad to say, there was no real men in that house. So that would never happen. Love you, Sam. I know, isn't it so sad? So sad. It's so sad. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. Yes, especially because all those kids were in the house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even now, like, how do you live with yourself? You are putting your children in a position where they are privy to a crime. And I think, listen, their first instinct was to get all the kids out of the house. That's why Colin wasn't originally in the filings. They tried to get everybody out. They didn't mention Caitlin or Brian, I don't think either. They didn't mention the birthday originally. The very first statements that they gave, I don't even know that they mentioned like any of the kids. The very first statements. And then I'm trying to remember when it changed, but it changed. Like, for example, I think that they first were like, oh no, they were all here. They all left at 12:15. Caitlin left 12:15. Like, they tried to bump everybody up to the time before John was in front of the house, and then it all crumbled on them. So they had to tell the truth, or at least get closer. They had to at least admit that they were there. But like, to everybody's point, did anybody go to Catherine Duty's house and say, hey, what time did you leave the house? I don't think so. I don't think anybody ever went to those three girls and said, what time did you leave 34 Fairview on that night? Has any police investigator officer ever gone to those three and asked anything about that night? Probably not. Probably not. At What If Anything sends $4.99. McKenzie gives Janelle from Teen Mom vibes. I haven't smoked all day, Mom. When you mentioned the withdrawal rage, it's all I thought of. I have no idea who Janelle from Teen Moms is. So I don't know. I feel like I'm missing out a little bit on that. But it's funny because when I first heard about McKenzie, I heard like there's that stupid like Mean Girls true crime show that sometimes like it'll come on when I'm watching like HBO true crime stuff. It'll just automatically play, and it came on, and that's how I learned about her case a while back. It was like a 30-minute show. So I didn't know. I just sort of assumed that she was intoxicated in some way. I hadn't heard that she hadn't been smoking. But when I heard that, it was like, oh yeah, for sure, that's withdrawal, rage-induced withdrawal, for sure. I can't even believe nobody mentioned it during the trial, but I don't know. They also picked a bench trial, so I don't know. Like, could you pick a word? Can you think of a worse decision than this kid going with a bench trial in this situation? Like, I don't understand what the thinking there was. I really don't. I really don't. I really don't. At Reasonably Doubtful sends $13.99. There is a data point for battery temp every 5 degrees until 1:30. That's right. Next data point does not match the 5-degree pattern, But after that, it returns to a data point every 5 degrees. So let me see this again. There is a data point for battery temp every 5 degrees until 130. Right. And then, so the question is, what is the next reading, right? After the 130. I know I just looked at it and I took a screenshot of it because I was baffled by it. Like, what is this? What are we even looking at here? It looked like, this is why I was looking at it. It looked like somebody, and this is how stupid they are. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. There's that 7 or 9 second phone call that's answered between John's phone and Jen McCabe's phone. And it looks like somebody took John's phone outside in front of the house and answered the call. Who is getting the phone call? Jen is calling John. And it looks like John answered. Is that right? Jen is calling John. It looks like John answered. I think so. I'm trying to remember which way the call goes. Yeah, Jen is calling John, and it looks like the call is answered, and it's 7 seconds. When you look at that call location, it looks like it's out in front of the house. And that actually came out during the trial. That's one of the things that Alessi and Ian Whiffen go back and forth on. So if that's true, that means that some genius inside the house took John's phone outside and tried to make it look like he was outside in front of the house during that time. I mean, this is like the brilliance of this group, right? I don't even know what to say. I don't even know. I just can't imagine how this is what's going on in your head with a guy dying in your basement or in your family room or anywhere on your property. Like, you're just like, go outside, go by the car. Really? This is what we're doing? Okay. And Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. I wonder if they could use John O'Keefe's. Oh, yeah, they definitely did. They had to. They had to. And interesting, Saucy. So when they do, apparently, I don't know if John's phone was set to use 2 biomarkers, meaning like the thumbprint and the Face ID, but that last set of interactions with the phone in that 32 time span, 1230, 1231, 1232, they are using Face ID, but with only one biomarker, and that is an anomaly. So it's like all the other times before during that day when John uses his phone, there's 2 biomarkers except for that last interaction. And it's interesting because there are these anomalies that Ian Whiffen is identifying in that data set, because I think he's trying to make it look like that was the accident. But in actuality, he's sort of pointing out that, it very well may not have been John, because the way that the phone was being engaged with was different than it had been before. So it could end up being helpful to us. I think they absolutely were using his face recognition. In fact, there's no other explanation. They had to have been, because he's not moving around at 12:30. And somebody's using the Face ID. Yeah, it's gross. I mean, it's like really, really bad. It's like, what kind of a person do you have to be doing that? Odd JM deleted calls to John, but didn't delete from his phone also. Well, if they had deleted them from his phone also, they would have been absolutely screwed, right? I mean, they would have been, well, wait a minute, I should say this differently. According to, this might be a bite my bits question. My understanding of those deletions is that they are on the back end, that they are not user interface deletions. In other words, somebody had to get into the phone and delete them on the like software side, not in like the user interface deletions. That's why, you know, I feel very confident that Matt McCabe, given his, you know, his profession and knowledge base, had to have been the one that was in the back end of her phone. He had to have been, because who else could have done that? I don't even know that the Massachusetts State Police could have done that. Like, I mean, does Nick Garino look like he has the capacity? I don't think so. I mean, he could barely no. It is fun to watch him like completely panic though when Jen's cell phone gets brought up. He like has a nervous breakdown. It's actually amusing. So I don't know that they could. I don't think they could. I think they would have if they could, honestly. At Dizzy Flytrap since 1999. How is everyone involved in this not having mental breakdowns? Not one of them have spilled the truth to anyone close. Do you think that any of them will eventually crumble? Wouldn't that be easier than carrying this weight? Well, I think they have. I mean, I think that they all have had, I think they all are crumbling. You know, I think when Brian Albert started this ridiculous Testify movement last fall to try to, raise money to ultimately launch this defamation suit, I guess. I think that's part of what it's for. I think that's why Colin is on this lawsuit, because they're trying to get some power back. But I mean, they're devastated by it. Colin Albert had to drop out of college, can't really leave the house. I mean, it's really sad, actually. He's clearly paranoid. And I say that because, everyone's children are all living at home. They're all still living with their parents, all of them. And they're not babies. These are not, infants. These aren't 12-year-olds. These are adult children. The only one that isn't is Caitlin, because she's married to Tristan. They're trauma bonded. To me, it seems like half of them are probably severely alcohol use disordered. So that's only going to prolong the pain and suffering for exponentially longer. I don't think any of them are doing well. I don't think they are. Not at all, actually. So I think the answer is they're not. I think they're a mess. And like I said, I think that they are kind of like, like they use those girls that have that ridiculous YouTube channel, their gala. I think these are all like morale boosters to try to make themselves feel better and give them a sense of power and make money so that they can fight back. But when you look at what these lawsuits actually say, when you look at the content, the fact that they have to like literally manufacture evidence by taking some of Aiden's shows completely out of context, going and grabbing old audio that's so dishonest from before he even knew who Karen Reed was and make it seem like it's surreptitious recordings from a phone, and it's like, this is what you're going to try to use in your defamation case. It's so dishonest. So I don't know. I don't see how any of this is going anywhere good. I mean, this is, I think, why we're all continually focused on this case, because it's mind-boggling. How is any of this happening? How did you guys do this to begin with? How did you decide that this was the right call? Did you really just think it was going to be like water under the bridge 2 weeks later and you'd all, you thought, well, we'll just sell the house and get rid of Chloe and no one will be the wiser. You know, I think, we go back to that message, from Matt where I can't remember it off the top of my head, but like on their little group text where Matt's like something, what was it? Like, if she pleads, then we'll be okay. Or if she doesn't, something to the effect of where the idea is if Karen takes a plea, then this will all go away and we can like move on with our lives. And if not, and it's like, yeah, what happens if not, guys? And I don't think anybody saw this coming. I mean, you have to always remember that, right? Like nobody was like, I think Karen's going to rally. And remember how like Julie had sent that text message to John O'Keefe saying, Julie Albert saying her worst fear in life is being featured on Turtle Boy. Could you imagine that? Like, she really said that. So I don't think any of them are doing well. Drugs, Xanax, Ambien, I think those are probably in the mix. At What If Anything sends $4.99. I would love to see data on the time Jen is deleting calls and texts and Google searches. Well, I mean, you kind of know, right? Already when the deletions are happening. Yeah, see, I'm not sure that we know that because, do we know that? I want to say that most of the deletions are the next morning. I want to say that because everything that's deleted is happening before, what is it, like 8 a.m. or something? I feel like we have some information on that. I feel like we have some information on that, but I might be making that up. It's possible. At Ms. Parks in the House sends $100. Oh my God, thank you so much, Ms. Parks in the House. She gave us all these memberships, then she's giving us $100. The theory, I think Brian Higgins talked to Brian Albert all the way home from New York City. Jamo, Ginger, loose lips, drinking all day. They decided to tell John because Higgins was being ghosted. Things went sideways fast, but all of this to protect just Brian Higgins. I don't see that. It has to be, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So, right. So in other words, they were drinking and I don't know. See, okay, here's the other thing. I think that the way home from New York, they're protecting people. It's possible that that Chief Berkowitz was with them because I think that up until they get to the hillside and they have like, they're back in town and they're drinking and like at dinner or something. I think that is probably when they were alone enough for Brian Higgins to tell him about what was going on. And I really think that the catalyst, the more that I watch the waterfall, I really think that what really ignited this whole thing was like two things. Was John ignoring Brian Higgins? And then Karen like touchy-feely with him at the bar. It's like the combination of those two things made John the bad guy. Right? You see what I mean? So I don't think that, because I don't think Higgins thought that he was being ghosted by Karen. You know what I mean? Or at least I don't think he thought that at the bar. It's very strange because it had been like what? 9 days? Was it 9 days since they had last spoke? Let's see. I'm not sure of that. We have to look at that. How many days was it between when Karen and Brian Higgins last texted each other? Right? It was like the phone works both ways. They had that whole interaction. I thought it had been like a little bit over a week, but I'd have to double check that because I'm not 100%. But like, I don't feel like I feel like John was the one that really gave Higgins the cold shoulder. And I think that pissed Higgins off. Higgins is like really emotional, right? I mean, he's really emotional. He's the only person that we see who, while he's on the witness stand, breaks out into tears multiple times, regardless of who the person testifying is. So he is like a sensitive guy. And I think he was pissed at John, whether it was justified or not. And yeah, I was saying this too. The amount, how many Jameson and Gingers, if I had had as much Jameson and Ginger in that one night as he did, I would be dead. It's not even a question. Like, I mean, he's just like, putting him back. The dude must have been completely obliviated. And I think that's part of this, right? Like, they had to have been just so wasted by the time this all goes down. Everybody, really, right? I mean, that has to be a part of the discussion. But even still, you are absolutely right, Ms. Parks. There's no way they're covering for Brian Higgins. Like, there's no way. There's no way. Would you even, if you're Brian Higgins, would you even ask that of your friends? Like, I wouldn't even ask that. I'd be like, no, I would insist that we call 911 because there's no way that I want that kind of responsibility on me, that your children are carrying the weight of my fight that goes bad, has to be that they're all involved in some way. It has to be. And the thing is, like, when you watch how fights go down, it's very common for two people to get into it, try to pull them apart, but in so doing, making the situation worse, because now it's like another body is exerting force on an already bad situation where two people are exerting force. It's like more force, even if it's well-intended, does not necessarily equal a better outcome. And I could see that that's what happened here. Like, where you have these two guys start, then you have, a Colin jump in, then you have a Brian Albert jump in. So then Chloe jumps in, right? And now you have a cluster F with all of these people with some level of responsibility, right? Because even if my intent was to break up the fight, and because of that, it doesn't even, like, let's say that I'm pulling them apart, and in my pulling them apart, John goes flying backwards. Whose fault is that? I was trying to help. I was trying to break these two men apart, but in doing that, one of them, flies and hits his head on the fireplace, right? Like, technically, that's my fault if I'm Colin or if I'm Brian Albert. And we know, we know Chloe's involved. There's no question about that. That's not even, and we also know, because I know people were saying, well, maybe that happened post-mortem, but it didn't happen post-mortem, because if you listen very carefully to what Garrett Wing was saying, the way that those bite marks are on John's arm, they're like that because he's pulling away. So you have the dog coming up from the inside and him pulling back. That's why they look like scratches and not bites, because the dog can't get a grip and he keeps pulling away. So it's really easy to get the dog off of you, but the dog is persistent and keeps trying. That's why you have all these different marks all across the arm that look like scratches and not bites. And specifically, according to Garrett Wing, they looked like bites from a washed out police dog. And when you think more about it, what do you think the odds are that that's exactly where this dog came from? Right? Think about it. It's a German Shepherd. And it's Brian Albert's dog. Like, of course it's a washed out police dog, right? Of course it is. It definitely is. I'm sure it is. That's what else makes sense. If you got this dog, not as a puppy, but you got this dog at a pound somewhere, the odds are pretty good that this is a dog that tried to be a police dog and failed. Makes sense to me. You know, I mean, it's not a guarantee and it wouldn't make a difference because either way, German Shepherds are, you know, this is what their DNA is bred to do. But no, those are bite marks and they came from Chloe. So we don't have to worry about, like, that's like the one known in this situation. It's like the one thing. And the fact, can I just say, I have to say, how is it possible that I missed Brian Albert saying, I kept the dog downstairs with me after I let the dog out to make sure that the dog was comfortable with the people in the house. I cannot imagine how I missed that. I have no idea. I feel like I must have heard it and just like it didn't register what was being said. I must have heard that, right? Because I don't know how much time in my life I wasted trying to find a way to get like John outside with Chloe and like, I'm like, got Chloe hopping over, you know, fences. Like I'm inventing all kinds of stuff to try to get them in the same space. In the meantime, Brian Albert just tells us that they had Chloe downstairs with him. The dog is with him. Like what? Where was I? How did I miss that? I don't know. It's crazy though. It is so crazy that I somehow did not hear that. I'll never know the answer. Chad sends $5. Sam, go through Hyde. Oh, of course. With an open mind of 1220 Lexus arrival. Okay. Computer data is your only weakness. Within GPS data was manipulated after 1219. So the only problem with, I don't disagree with that. The only problem that we have, and this is why again, remember, I don't give a crap about the data. What I'm going on almost exclusively is their testimony. And the problem is that we have a text message from Ryan Nagel at 12:23 when he's a minute out. So that's where I'm getting the timeline. That's it. Everything else that supports that or doesn't is good, is great. That's nice. But that's where I got the timeline. It came specifically and directly from Ryan Nagel's text message. I just have confirmation that exists, right? So that's where I'm coming from. The other thing I know for sure is we have Karen at 12:18, I think, on a camera, right? That's the only other thing I know. So those are the two knowns that I am going with. But again, that is what matters to me, because what I'm looking at is between 1220 and 1225, 1215 and 1220, we have Julie saying to her brother, come get me now, in a text. 12:23, we have Ryan saying, I'm here. Then we have him sending another text that we don't have. We don't know what time it was sent, but we know it's sometime between 12:23 and 12:27. And then Julie goes out. So that's the timeline. And then the back end, the reason why I stopped at 12:27 is because of Jennifer's text here with the question mark and the exclamation point. So in terms of like the cell phone data and stuff, just so you know, I know Vince is a different animal. That is where my timeline came from completely. And that's really all that I care about, because what I care about is that time when Julie and Sarah are walking out the door and then something stops them. And then they're told, Jennifer's the messenger, but it seems like they're told by a higher authority or a group. So Jen is given the direction to tell them to stay, and they agree to that. So that is, but I mean, I'm open to any timeline, provided that it also aligns with when Ryan is out front. Because it has to be, the fight is what stops those two women from leaving. Does that make sense? Yeah. So whatever happens to John has to happen between the time that Ryan is out front and Julie goes out. So that's the time we're working with. But I'm, like I said, it doesn't make a difference to me with, and then when I read, the other thing I will say too, Chad, is like when I read Michael Easter's report, and he helped here too, because he said, look, use these as a guide. Typically what we would do with cell phone data, like the health data or location data, is you would take this and then you would go get like Google's data, or you would go get, you know, some other source that can verify this information. And that wasn't done. And that's like one of his big complaints. But I have no problem believing Ian Whiffin's data is manipulated. Believe me, I have no problem believing that. And Ms. Parks in the house. Ms. Parks is a member for 6 months. Happy anniversary. Anyone else think it's ironic that the crosses are around JMC's neck were Jesus' actual height and weight in gold? Shout out Chris DiStefano. That's amazing. If you know, you know. That's very funny. Is that even true? That's ridiculous. She, you know, listen, they seemed like they got bigger though, didn't they? Didn't they see like Jen's? Didn't they seem like the crosses like grew? Because I think like in the first trial there was one, but it was like a little tiny one. And then they got like bigger. All these people. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? How is that helping you? It just makes the whole thing worse, right? Doesn't it make it? Wouldn't it make it worse if that's you? It's so annoying. I definitely, though, but just to go back to Chad, yeah, I have to go through Jessica's report. It was without a doubt, without a doubt. I have to go back through that. I've been wanting her report forever, so it's exciting. Hi, Derek. At Derek706. sends 199. Does Higgy Bear still? I think so. I think he does. We were trying to get that information. It doesn't. He's still on the website, like the ATF website. He's still there, so I assume he's there. I don't know. I think it's somebody said he's like doing desk duty, but I doubt it. They probably just have him on the lowdown, still working, doing whatever he was doing before. I don't know. But yes, he's still working for sure. Oh, we got our new members, our new member list at Snow1001. Welcome. Here for it 222. Welcome. At CMD Pisces, member for 1 month. Jessica Hyde needed to go into hiding. I know she was the worst. No, definitely Welcher was the worst. Welcher's like the worst of all time. Yeah, no, Welcher's definitely the worst with like his antics, like his like yawning and like his, oh my God, Welcher was the worst. But you know what? And so, you know, earlier we talked about doing a analysis of Welcher, but Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffin would be interesting too. I've caught Whiffin a few times stumbling. Be very interesting to see what Jessica Hyde looks like. Jessica Hyde has an interesting story. Like her little resume is interesting. She was like very anti-authority originally, gotten in trouble with the law because she was doing some kind of hacker stuff when she was young. So I could see Jessica Hyde being pretty full of shit. I definitely could see that. At Dizzy Flytrap sends $9.99. So sad. You are right. Then why aren't they telling the truth to escape their nightmare? Yeah, good question. Because it's their, well, I mean, who's going to tell the truth, right? I mean, you can't. Who are you going to tell? Number one, if you are Colin and Chris and Julie, you're not going to implicate your son. If you are Brian Albert and Nicole, you're not going to implicate yourselves. I mean, that's because it's their home. Jen is certainly never saying a word to anybody. Right? So I don't know. Brian Higgins, I mean, they seem, whatever happened, Higgins and Jen and Brian Albert and, well, I guess Colin, just because would really be Chris Albert. And this Colin is really, Chris is the representative of Colin. So whenever you see Chris, that's really Colin, right? I mean, that's why Chris was on the ABC specials. That's why whenever you see Brian Albert, doing anything, Chris is there. Because their family, they're going to stick together. I have no idea why. I guess they figure like, if nobody talks, then nobody talks. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this. And remember, as far as I know, nobody's really been tested. Like, there's no investigator banging down their doors trying to get at the truth. So who's going to, I think the question we really have to ask is, if there was a legitimate investigation, would all of these people still keep their mouths shut? That's the question. I mean, I don't know. I really don't. And it kills me. If they hadn't been so hell-bent to put this on Karen, like if they had stayed with their original, we don't know what happened, it might not have been so bad. Like they might have gotten away with it because they weren't, combative with Karen. They weren't insisting it must be her. But as soon as they switched strategies from we don't know because the guy didn't come into the house to Karen did it, that was where this turned. As soon as you implicate somebody else in a murder that didn't do it, like that's, it's one thing to not take responsibility. It's another thing to try to put it on somebody who didn't do it. That's not good for anybody. Twigs the Gemini sends $5. They're not okay. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. They're definitely not okay. Well, Tristan had to give up his desire to be a police officer. Tristan 100% forgot first grade, telling time amnesia, except Caitlin is his girlfriend. If Karen Reed doesn't plead, it'll be an episode. Well, Caitlin is his wife now. Right? I mean, they're now wedded, trauma bonded for life. I guess what choice do you have if you're the two of them? Like you kind of have no choice but to stay together after this fiasco. And she's definitely not okay. Did you see like the bachelorette pictures of her? It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. No, and he is Tristan. Wow, right? Have you ever seen anything quite like Tristan? Twigs says, I'm sending you an email on data from the trials. Thank you, Twigs. Amazing. I will look for it. I've got so many amazing emails from you guys with all the data. Like I've been going through data for days now with all my emails. It's outstanding. At Bella Brat for you sends $10. What if Colin is drunk as fuck and mouths off to John, and Brian Higgins mouths off, then John is sarcastic? I don't think so. I'll tell you why. I don't think so because Brian Higgins is so unbelievably guilty. I don't know how else to say it. The amount of consciousness of guilt that he displays around the stupid "you coming here" text message makes it incredibly incriminating. He's not just misrepresenting it. I mean, he literally multiple times, he's got the text messages and he's got the transcript in front of him and he's not reading it the right way on purpose because he doesn't want to read the way it really was sent. And the only reason that that's important is if you know that it was a catalyst for what happened to John, right? Like, it inherently is a completely meaningless text message to all of us. Like, we're none the wiser. So the only way that something like that is something you want to hide is if it really is involved in the murder. So it had to have been a catalyst for the fight. And the other thing I would just say is there's not enough time, because at most, let's say that like what Chad is saying is true. Let's just say that Karen and John get there 2 minutes before, or a minute. I guess it would be like a minute or minute and a half before what we know. That's fine. It's still not going to be enough time for, this is all going to go down very quick, under a minute and a half. I mean, soup to nuts. So whatever happens, it has to be extraordinarily quick. And I think that's why I think John reading the text message is probably like a catalyst. So I think it has to be either John or Higgins that starts it. And then Colin probably is not making anything better. That'd be my guess. Like I said, because otherwise Brian Higgins wouldn't be like doing jumping jacks, everything he can to lie about what that text says while he's testifying. Like, he tells us it says, where are you? He tells us it says, are you coming here? Like, he repeatedly misrepresents it. And like I said, the only reason you do that is if you think that there's something to hide. So it's so stupid. I mean, it wouldn't be so obvious if he didn't make it obvious. At Ashley Ev2OX since 999. I feel like Dever initially told the feds so much about Higgins, hoping to turn their attention and bring the truth out to free Sarah from threats of Albert's. Oh, that's interesting. But it instead proved how deep the corruption ran. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Sure. Listen, I think she was a good cop. I mean, when we hear her on these calls, she really sounds like genuinely not invested in any particular outcome. She sounds like she's trying to do the right thing. I felt for this woman, and it was very clear that, she felt like her hands were tied. Like, she felt she had no choice but to testify in that very combative, ridiculous, discrediting way that she did. You know what I mean? Like, that was a show. And when you hear her, at work, taking phone calls, taking the time to call Karen's family back, doesn't seem like the same person at all. So clearly there was pressure on her to behave that way. Like, definitely somebody told her to be obstructionist, right? Whether it was outright or do the right thing. She did the right thing, retire. Think about, that's the other thing. Think about how many lives have been ruined by this case. It's crazy, right? Think about how many people's lives have just been decimated. It's crazy. It really is. At Dizzy Flytrap says 999. So they are completely trapped, completely insulated inside a bubble to protect themselves. Yeah. I mean, to a degree. It reminds me of like when Paul O'Keefe spoke to Christina Rex after the first trial, and he said, our circle has gotten so small because like we don't know who to trust. Like, we don't know who's for us or who's like on the other side. And he feels that's Paul, without having any awareness about any of the fact that the real killers are the people that he's chumming up with. Like, he just has no idea what's going on, Paul. And if you listen to that interview, like, the full extent to which he's completely oblivious is really highlighted pretty clearly. And if he feels that way, if he feels like my world is really small because I don't know who to trust, imagine how those people feel. Like, I mean, it's like they have these teeny little worlds. Remember when Julie was testifying, Julie Albert, and she's asked by Yannetti, like, you were talking, this was big news in the Albert household. And she's like, yeah. And then he's like, you talked about this with your family. And well, yeah. And then you talked about this with your friends. And she's like, I don't know about my friends. And Yannetti just kind of like blows past it because his point in bringing it up is to try to get her to admit that she was talking to Courtney Proctor about it. But the truth is that was like a huge, like, show-stopping moment, because if you're just a witness in this case, why wouldn't you talk about it with your friends? This would be huge news with your friends. This would be like the thing you would talk to your friends about, right? Like, oh my God, this is so crazy. And, this is the kind of thing that you would want your friends to talk to, right? Unless you are involved in covering up the murder of a person that you know, and your child is involved. And then, no, you're not going to talk about it with your friends, for sure. So I think it's made their worlds really small. Really small. Like, the kids can't go any, it's horrible. Horrible. And when you see the desperation in their behavior, like, like those videos with Aiden, the one thing that I walked away from those videos with is just how desperate that whole group is to want Turtle Boy to go away. They want him to go away. Like when Jill Daniels is like, why do you care? You didn't even know John. She's desperately sick. It's desperate. It's like, why do you care? You didn't even know John. Like, it's coming from a place of pain, like deep pain. Well, it sucks for you guys. It really, really does. But at balancing debits and credits sends $10. Should we be applying the same psychology of Mackenzie's parents to the house parents? It's an interesting, I'm not sure how. Should we be applying the same psychology of Mackenzie's parents to the house parents? They're not super far away. There's a very big difference, though, culturally, right? Like, the people in Canton, like the McCabe's with like the soccer mom, like the fact that their kids' sporting events are like the premier activity of every day. Like, that whole thing is a culture by itself. And Canton, Massachusetts has this weird kind of very culty, insular, very, right? Like, alcohol is a huge part of it, right? The fact that everyone's going out to celebrate Brian Jr.'s birthday without Brian Jr., like, that sort of typifies this group, this community. Nobody leaves their parents. Their parents are locals. Their kids are locals. Their kids will be locals. So I think there's a difference in that, like, Mackenzie's parents are kind of like on an island by themselves, whereas these people, it's like a whole thing, that a machine that they're just all feeding. And I think Colin is a good example, right? Like, when you look at Chris Albert, Chris Albert is very emotional. He's very aggro. Like, he can get angry really fast. And you look at Colin, he's the 2026 version of Chris, probably at the same age. So in a way, there's a lot of similarities, sort of. At CCC Go sends $9.99. Sam, I donated my 2 cents to the House Defendant fundraiser with the. I got a random marketing email the next day from Big Maddie MC. I was so intimidated. That's amazing. Oh my God. I want to do that. That would be so fun. I know. I wish we could get to that fundraiser, man. That would be amazing, right? If we could go to like not the fundraiser, the gala. I wish somebody could go on our behalf. Like I definitely can because I wouldn't make it in the door, but it would be awesome if somebody could. Chad asks, sends $5. Can you also review AJ asking Higgy about his Jeep during the cross? Yes. Higgy asked 2 clarifying questions to AJ about who searched his Jeep. Asked about his Jeep. Okay. AJ Jeep. Yes, I will definitely look. About who searched his Jeep. You mean like Higgins is asking him, are you asking me about who searched the Jeep? I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I will definitely look at it again. Absolutely. It's been a while since I actually analyzed Higgins's back and forth with Jackson. And it's so good. It's like just the best drama in the world. Ed Phillips Gallagher sends $5, £5. You all keep saying Brian Higgins was pissed, meaning angry. Here in the UK, when we say someone is pissed, we mean extremely drunk, and the word applies both ways. I actually knew that, and you're right, it does. And it definitely does. He was pissed drunk. Yeah, for sure. He was both. Absolutely. He was too. I mean, he was drunk. Like, that's the one thing that is so obvious when you see him on camera. Like, he is drunk, Brian Higgins. And again, you got to remember, like, these are emotional men. Like, of all the people that we have seen connected to this case, I was just saying this to Vince actually today. I think he has trauma, and I think he has trauma. I don't think. Let me rephrase. I know he has trauma. How do we know? Because, people don't just start crying, like this guy, he hears the word video game and he's crying. Like immediately he gets choked up. There's no time in between. There's no lead up. Like, most of us, when we are sad about something, it takes a minute. Like we have to think about it, and then we start thinking, and the more we think about it, we lean into it, we get more sad. If you all of a sudden find yourself crying at the drop of a hat, that's a good indicator that there's some trauma there. It means that, there's something going on that needs some healing, most likely. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Brian Higgins has a fair amount, whether it's because of his sister, whether it's because of military stuff, whether it's because of law enforcement shit. I mean, these people, I think we learned that from Kelsey, right? I mean, Kelsey, even in just her trial, like, her very first day on the job as a beat cop, she like walked into like a freaking homicide that was bloody and horrible. And that was how come Noonan had reached out to her, because her first couple of calls were really traumatizing. Like, that was a helpful case to just hear that stuff, right? Because it's sort of like, oh yeah, these guys all are law enforcement, and they've all seen that stuff, not every call, but their whole careers. That has to have an impact on this case. I mean, it's hard for me to understand exactly how, because I'm not a seasoned law enforcement professional, but Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are. And I think everything that happened in this case goes back to that. Like, they have insight and information and knowledge and awareness that we just don't. And all of that has to be why, or part of the decisions that they were making on that night, for better or for worse. Like, because, they just know things we don't, about what they could get away with, what they couldn't get away with, what the consequences would be, what the consequences wouldn't be. All of that. I Got a Bad Feeling sends $9.99. Thank you, Samantha, for another amazing live. You spoil us. Appreciate you so much. Well, Got a Bad Feeling, you spoil me for sure. And I appreciate you so much. And I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you guys so much for your support. Denise, thank you for everything you do. Denise, big shout out to Denise. Don't forget to press the like button if you haven't already. A lot of good stuff coming up, you guys. So, it's going to be a crazy couple of weeks. I won't see you Monday because it's Memorial Day. Everybody have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. Enjoy it. Hopefully you have nice weather wherever you are. And I will be back definitely next Wednesday. And Vince and I may reschedule. We haven't decided yet. So everybody have a great Memorial Day, and I will see you all very soon. You
It
all
is the defense counselor's duty
have a great
to
night,
protect the
everybody.
rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
This is me reminding you to like this video. Like the video. I promise if you get up right now and you like this video, I will never sing again. Comment, subscribe,